I'm Shirley Kessel. I'm the Executive Director for Miles for Migraine. And first, I want to say thank you, everyone, for making this day possible, especially the volunteers. If you're here, raise your hand. I see technical difficulties in the real world. I also want to say thank you to Katie and Helen, who may or may not be in the room. If you are, raise your hand. Katie's back here. And the reason I'm pointing Katie out, not only is she fabulous, but when we do the question and answer sessions, if we have time allows, we're going to let you write down your question, and you should have a 3x5 card in your folder. And we are going to walk around. When you see us walking, you will then give us your questions. We won't be able to answer all of them, but we'll do the best we can. So a Dutch philosopher once said quite simply, if you keep thinking about what you want to do or what you hope will happen, you don't do it and it won't happen. One reason we're here today is because we want a cure for migraine and other headache disorders. But how will this happen? One way to increase the momentum toward a cure is to take action by increasing your advocacy efforts and learn how to help reduce social stigma. This job will take time and energy, but it's a task we must all undertake if we ever want more money allocated toward the shortage of research funding. In order for change to take place, advocacy needs to be patient participatory. So please remember that word, patient participatory, and that's why we're here. That means we all must take steps up to this task, even though it may mean speaking up when we feel shame or embarrassment about speaking about our condition, causing us to retreat into silence, where so many of us are right now. Whether it's coming here today or showing up to a Miles for Migraine walk run, these are patient participatory actions and a vital step needed to show the public that migraine and headache disorder is a real disease, which includes many other disabling symptoms, not just a headache. When you participate in one of our events, you are showing the magnified effects of the disease and the personal toll absorbed by so many more than just yourself. Your family, your friends, and your caregivers also. And when you can't show up because you are sick or disabled, it may be necessary to call on a caregiver to represent you. So thank you to all the caregivers that are here today. You truly are a blessing. Today we will not only learn about where migraine stigma originated from and what we can do to overcome it, we will also learn about treatments, self-care, coping, and hope, which are actions you can partake in right now, not just in the future when we fantasize about feeling better. We are confident that you will leave here today with a renewed vigor and an armful of tools to help you navigate your daily struggle. I also hope you will reach out to each other, and that's why I've asked you all to wear name tags today. Reach out to the other participants here and make a new connection. This is your community, and we want you to feel safe and validated and supported. So your folder includes excellent resources to take home and review. We have a table out in the hall, out here on the left, for you to pick up other reference tools as well. And finally, we have the support of our sponsors, because without them, this day would not be possible. It would be cost prohibitive, actually. Please take the time to visit their table, ask questions, and also pick up their educational materials. Unlike an online community which you may be used to exploring, this is a live experiential day that will go home with you and hopefully make you feel more supported and validated in your daily struggle. This day is for you because only you can take care of you at the end of the day. Your caregiver can up to a point, but really we all pretty much are relying on our own devices. So a few housekeeping notes I'm going to run through very quickly. Take a look at the schedule. We're rotating through 3 events in the afternoon: discussion group, chair yoga, and biofeedback. There are different schedules depending on what your sequence is, so not everyone has the same schedule for the afternoon. You'll have the opportunity to be part of all 3 events. If for some reason you decide not to, that's fine. On the ground floor is a quiet room in the Stone Conference Room. Please take the elevator 2 flights down to the lobby, turn left in the hallway, and that room has a stone wall near the library. If you feel empowered, hopeful, or something positive at the end of this day, please consider making a donation. We do have gifts that we are giving you today for your donations. And if you're watching us on Facebook Live now, welcome. I hope you're all here. We will be taking a break from 12 to 3, and then we'll be back again at 3 o'clock live. Parking. At the break, if you could take your parking token, if it's not validated, take it out again towards registration. We'll take care of that. And finally, Katie, Helen, and I will be walking around at about 15 minutes into each speaker's lecture. And if you have questions, we're going to ask that you write them down and hand them to us, and we will only be able to answer maybe 1 or 2 questions depending on time. So please know that this is being recorded today, and you'll be able to watch everything on YouTube at another time. And so now I'd like to introduce our first speaker. His name is Dr. Elliot Schulman. And he's certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and received UCNS headache medicine certification. He's a fellow of the American Academy of Neurology, American College of Physicians, and the American Headache Society. He is adjunct clinical professor of neurology, Jefferson School of Medicine in Philadelphia. He has also participated and served as a mentor in the Palatucci Advocacy Leadership Forum. Dr. Schulman will speak to us today on the topic of update in migraine treatment. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Schulman.
Thank you very, very much for allowing me to be here today. I am truly privileged and humbled that I was invited to this gathering. I'd like to thank Shirley, Helen, and Katie for their undying enthusiasm in promoting migraine as a legitimate medical illness and one that has become more visible as a result of their efforts. They really deserve a lot of credit. My background as a neurologist took a turn about 25 years ago when I became interested in headache, and that's primarily what I do now. My role today, as I see it, is to give you a bird's eye view of what's happening now and what's new and what's happening and what's on the horizon. We're going to be talking about groups and new advances. My time is relatively limited, but certainly if you have questions, feel free to ask. So let's talk about where we are today, and then we're going to talk a little bit about tomorrow, and we can talk a little bit about the future at the end. So this is a slide which I like to talk about because when you go into your doctor's office and your doctor tells you you have migraines, I get sort of a stare at the other end of my desk and saying, hey, what are you telling me new here? The diagnosis of migraine is not difficult, especially for the educated migraineur, but this is something that we need to talk about. And we need to talk about it because migraine is a very disabling disease. That's why we're all here today. When you look at where migraine sits in terms of disability, it's at the very top. Can you imagine migraine is as disabling as psychosis, dementia, and quadriplegia? So, I tell my patients, you're not going to die from migraine, but migraine is preventing you from going to work, it's preventing you from interacting with your family, it's preventing you from having the quality of life that we want you to have. Now, we've come a long way about understanding the genesis and etiology of migraine. But as hard as we've worked, we still don't understand all of the factors that contribute to migraine. I think it's important to point out that migraine is a disease of the brain. People think it's a disease of blood vessels. It affects blood vessels, but if it weren't for the brain, which is the genesis for migraine, the blood vessels wouldn't be affected. So I call this what's called in medicine an epiphenomenon. It's a result of what's going on. And we know that this is related to the fact that migraine brain is hyperexcitable. People in my office sit across from me with sunglasses on, and they are sensitive to motion and bright lights and sounds and odors, and that's because part of the pathology in migraine. We know that there are chemicals that are released. The important part of that is that those chemicals affect the blood vessels, and they make the blood vessels inflamed, and they cause the blood vessels to dilate. And those blood vessels contribute to the pain, and then once that sequence becomes generated, it's very, very hard to stop a migraine. That's why, for some of you, it's important to take your medicine early. This slide is sort of a recapitulation. The important piece is that there is a chemical that we've known about for a long time called CGRP, which I'm going to talk a little bit about. CGRP is really going to be the focus of the work that we're doing going forward, and I'm going to explain that a little bit to you. But CGRP is the chemical that probably causes the inflammation and the dilation of the blood vessels. So when you treat migraine, we treat migraine two ways. We treat it abortively. Doctor, I've got a bad headache. What do I do? And we treat it preventively. Preventive treatment is, you know what? I've got my headache 4 days a week. You gave me a great drug. My drug, I can only take 2 days a week. What am I supposed to do the other days? And by the way, my headaches, although they're better, I'm losing a lot of time from work and I can't attend social functions. That's when somebody needs a preventive. Somebody also needs a preventive when the drugs that they are taking, whether they be triptans or not, are not effective, or triptans are contraindicated. There are reasons that you can't take a triptan. If you have underlying heart disease, hypertension, you had a stroke, you have unusual migraines, and that's what we're going to be talking a little bit about today. There are two kinds of headaches. There are episodic headaches and there are chronic migraines. Episodic migraines are what most of us experience, but probably in this room there are a number of people who have chronic migraines. An episodic headache, and I'm just going to spend a minute on this, is a headache that has a definition according to the International Headache Society. It's one-sided, throbbing, moderate to severe. You need two of the four following. So it doesn't have to be one-sided, throbbing, in bed. You can have a mild one-sided headache that's worse with activity that can be a migraine. You also need either nausea or vomiting or sensitivity to lights and sounds. That's a definition of migraine. And people started looking at people who had lots of headaches, and there's a new definition, a relatively new definition, for chronic migraine. And the importance of chronic migraine is that chronic migraine is an undertreated problem. Chronic migraine is the most debilitating. You need at least 15 headaches per month. 8 of those headaches should be migraine. You should either be responsive to a triptan or it should be lasting 4 hours, and there should be no other cause for headache. So chronic migraine is important because it affects about 2% of the population. It contributes to a majority of the cost These people overuse emergency rooms, take a lot of medications. It's misunderstood. If you go to a practitioner who blames it on your depression, which is a comorbid feature of migraine, your depression is not the reason you are getting your headache. You are getting your headache along with depression. Sometimes people underdiagnose it. It's amazing to me to see people who come in my office who know a lot about migraine, who talk about sinus headaches, which are probably a variant of migraine. It's mismanaged, particularly if you're not a preventive, and people use a lot of medication, particularly over-the-counter medication. Probably Excedrin migraine is my #1 overused medicine. Here's another Gary Larson cartoon. Gary Larson is from the far side. His wife had migraines. He's got a whole set of slides relating to migraines. So where are we today? We have both preventive treatment and we have abortive treatment. And I'm going to talk about these a little bit, again, from a bird's eye view. The only currently approved treatment for chronic migraine at this point is Botox. Botox is a very important piece of my treatment regimen. Botox is very effective. Botox requires injections, and when I tell my patients, you're getting the Botox, the migraine paradigm. So pretty much everybody gets the Botox in the same regions unless we decide together not to do it. The dose may vary, but this paradigm or this design was put together and tested, and this is thought to be the most effective way to give Botox. We give 31 little injections using 155 units of Botox. Botox decreases the number of headache days up to 9 days per month. And the important piece is that your Botox may not work the first time. So I set very low expectations when I'm giving Botox and tell my patients, if you're not better, don't be upset, because it requires at least 2 injections. And these are the muscles that are injected. Most people tolerate them very well. And as I said, Botox has become very important for me as one of my treatment regimens. There's another recent advent to our treatment, and this is a stimulator. This is a orbital transcutaneous stimulator. It's supraorbital, and it's called Cephaly. Cephaly is a stimulator which is thought to block the transmission of pain. This was, I think it was initially sold over Amazon. You need a prescription for it. I think it's harder to get through Amazon now. It costs about $300. The Cephaly people have relaxed the way that you can return it if it's not working. This needs to be put on 20 minutes every day, and it decreases the incidence of migraines by about 3 or 4 days per month. It's pretty benign. People tolerate it pretty easily. This is the new sort of improved design of Cephaly. I wouldn't walk around on the street with this thing in place, but you can be identified as a migraineur. There's another device, which is a transcranial stimulator. This device is used for people with migraine. It's meant to interrupt your aura, and you need to have an aura as part of the treatment. This device is fairly expensive. I believe it's rented per month, and there's pretty good data on it. It should not be used for people without aura. Talking about a little bit about these are now available. This is Onzetra. Onzetra is a nasal device. It's a device that you blow into. You blow in, you take them, it's got sumatriptan, which is Imitrex. You blow it into your nasal cavity. It doesn't have the drip of the nasal spray. It gets back into your nasal cavity, usually without a bad taste. It's got very few side effects. It works quickly. It's an alternative for those of you who are very sensitive to triptans or don't like to take nasal sprays. So where are we coming up on tomorrow? Here's another Gary Larson cartoon. And here's this is where we're getting into the meat of the matter and the CGRP. So CGRP is calcitonin gene-related peptide. Calcitonin gene-related peptide is thought to be one of the seminal neurotransmitters that contributes to the inflammation and the dilation of blood vessels. And somebody had a very bright idea. What if we can block this chemical, and how can we do it? You can see I've listed it as the most potent, naturally occurring vasodilator in the brain. We know that if you measure CGRP during a migraine, it's up, and when the migraine is over, CGRP goes down. Now, CGRP binds to special receptors that activate and cause the headache flow. And we know that CGRP is important in it being blocked with Botox. We don't know all the ways that Botox works. It's certainly not just a paralysis of muscles, but it works in other ways that we don't understand. But CGRP also probably works with the triptans. And the triptans are, I would hope, are agents that many of you are familiar with. Imitrex, Zomig, Maxalt, Relpax, etc. So, again, this is the CGRP slide that I showed you. And this is from migraine.com. And CGRP antagonists are the new triptans. So, you know, we as headache physicians were very excited when when the triptans came out. The triptans were great drugs. Unfortunately, the triptans don't work for everybody. About 25% of the patient population are triptan non-responders. To me, I think that means that there's a different pathophysiology with some patients. And I think the other piece is we don't totally understand yet how migraine works. If this is a designer drug, why isn't it working it for everybody? So people have come out with CGRP antibodies. An antibody is a protein which is formed by the body to react against a foreign substance. And you see the antibodies in psoriatic arthritis, cancer, ulcerative colitis. Those are antibodies that were made that react according to, that try to block some of these common problems. But people decided they were going to set up and try to engineer an antibody to CGRP. So if you could block CGRP, theoretically, you could block the agent. And there are 4 companies that are working with CGRP: Elder, Amgen, Lilly, and Teva. These are all in stage 3 phases of being treated. We think that these drugs are going to be out in about the next year or so. We don't know how effective they're going to be. We have some ideas. The importance of these big molecules is they need to be given either through the vein or injected. So they are not going to be pills. They're given IV or sub-Q. So somebody's going to have to give them, and you're going to have to give them relatively infrequently because the molecule hangs around in the body for a long time. Now, I put this in here, this is another Gary Larson cartoon, because not everything is what we think it's going to be. I mean, I'm not downplaying these antibodies, but these antibodies may be much more effective than we anticipate. There are other devices that are going to be coming on the market. The sphenopalatine ganglion, which is going to be under treatment, that's going to be a stimulator for this ganglion, which is thought to be important in cluster and migraine, and a vagal nerve stimulator. These are on the drawing board. Some of them are available in Europe. The sphenopalatine ganglion requires a wire to be inserted. You've got to get basically a surgical procedure. You hold it on the side of your head and you can modulate it. And here's the vagal nerve stimulator. There are other treatments in here. There are also, I should talk about the small antibodies. The small antibodies are going to be given as a pill. And these differ from the big antibodies, the one that I showed you, because they have a much shorter half-life. So the large antibodies are going to be basically for preventive. The smaller antibodies are going to be for abortive treatment. The smaller antibodies, we've already seen. Merck was working on one, but it had a lot of liver toxicity and it was aborted. That's one of the advantages of the larger antibodies. They don't have a drug-drug interaction and they have very few side effects, but they're going to need to be injected. The question is, and we don't know this, but can you give a large antibody for your prevention and a small antibody for abortive treatment? How do you give a large antibody? Can you give it with a triptan? I mean, these are questions that we're struggling with that are going to come to fore and hopefully will be clarified. There is an agent called lasmiditan, which is a triptan-like compound. The advantage of this is that the triptan is not going to affect the heart and is going to be it's a triptan-like compound, but it's going to be safe to give with people who have heart disease. There's another Semprana, which is an agent which can be given as an inhaler. This is a DHE inhaler, which is a cousin to the triptans. So I think, you know, we can serve up all these compounds. I think it's going to be up to the medical community to adopt them and to understand how they work, because they do work in very unique ways, foreign to most neurologists and to many primary care doctors, and that's the part where we're going to have to come in. We need to be advocates for ourselves. We need to be advocates for the migraine community. I've given you a very quick, but I hope a comprehensive overview of what lies on the horizon. And again, I thank you very much for allowing me to be here today.
We're not going to let him go yet. He's going to get to answer 3 questions. We have a couple minutes left. Do you want me to read them, or do you want to read them?
Yeah, why don't you read?
Okay. What is CGRP good for, useful for, in the body, and will antibodies to it potentially have dangerous side effects? For example, will you be blocking a key function?
That is a great, great question. You are now a third-year medical student. So I did not talk about that. I did not talk about that in terms of its potential, and I'm saying that, potential downside. We know that as age progresses, CGRP decreases. I mean, that's an interesting question, because if you get older, you have potentially a lot fewer headaches. Is it because your CGRP is not often as stimulated? But we also know that CGRP is important, and it's in lots of different organs. It's in the gut, it's in the heart, it's not only in the brain, and it has something to do with hypertension. So is CGRP protective? And the question is, if you're on a CGRP antagonist, are you subject to other problems that we haven't seen because there's been no CGRP antagonists as yet? I don't have the answer to that question, but it's certainly something that we're going to be looking at.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is, can Botox be used for someone under 18 years of age? Is there a big difference between pediatric and adult migraine?
Pediatric migraine patients have different kind of headaches. They're typically shorter. There's a lot of nausea with them. They are more debilitated. They're oftentimes in bed. You know, as an adult neurologist, I see kids from 12 on up. I've made that dividing line because I feel comfortable with treating young teenagers. Botox, I believe, is only indicated for people over 18. But I think if you've got somebody who is 17 and would be a good candidate for Botox, that's where you've got to get your doctor to write a letter of appeal. I mean, between 17 and 18, I mean, we're not talking about there being a big obstacle to that. We're talking about several months. So if there's somebody who I think is 16 or 17 who could benefit from Botox, you know, I think the piece here is to get your physician to write a letter of appeal.
Okay. And now the most controversial question, saved for last. Can you talk about the use of medical marijuana?
The American Academy of Neurology has come out with sort of a marijuana position statement. Marijuana is important in neurological practice because it includes headache, pain, MS, seizures. You know, and our organization, I think, has been very responsible because they're looking at any agent that meets the criteria for rigorously tested. They're not looking at somebody who happened to respond to marijuana and it stopped their seizures, and there's 3 kids in the country, and I'm not downplaying that. But there needs to be good medical science backing up our decisions. There is really no good evidence that marijuana works for migraine. I mean, I can give you 5 ways that marijuana may work for migraine, but it may not have anything to do with migraine. I mean, it may make you less anxious. It may make you, instead of getting dehydrated, you feel like you want to eat and drink, and that helps your migraine. I think I have people who do use marijuana. Marijuana is not approved in Pennsylvania. I tell them, you know, I can't condone that. If you want to use, that's up to you. I've never prescribed marijuana. But I think the answers are not all in. And a lot of that is because we don't all totally understand how marijuana works, but I think we also don't understand all the intricacies of migraines. That's why when Imitrex came out in the mid-'80s, early '90s, I mean, here we are in the 2017 starting to look at antibodies that nobody could have ever conceptualized when Imitrex came out, because now we have a better understanding of migraine. And I think with that better understanding, agents like marijuana are going to get a second look because they may work in ways that we don't appreciate as yet. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Schulman. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to ask everyone, are the lights okay? Is the lights bothering anyone in here? Raise your hand. Okay, maybe we can do something about the lights. Well, let's see if we can maybe just put out some of the lights. So maybe Rizzo, is that going to affect our Facebook Live feed? Yes?
We'll see.
Okay, all right. We'll work on that. Let's just work on that. I just want to introduce our next speaker.
No, we can't change that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But we're going to have this is being recorded, so please keep in mind that you will be able to watch this on your own time. And actually, we'll be showing it again, I think, tomorrow. No, we're recording it on YouTube. Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. Her name's Joanna Kempner. And did anybody buy Dr. Kempner's book today? Wonderful. You're actually in for a really good read. Fabulous. You're going to learn a lot. I know I did. Dr. Kempner is an associate professor of sociology at Rutgers University, where she writes, teaches, and lectures about the science, medicine, politics, gender, and the body. Her award-winning book, Not Tonight: Migraine and the Politics of Gender and Health, uses concepts from sociology, anthropology, literature, history, and science studies. That's a lot. That's amazing. To explain why so few people take migraine seriously, despite the fact that it is one of the most common painful and disabling disorders in the world. Dr. Kempner is also known for her work on the politics of controversial science. Her research can be read in a wide range of academic and popular venues. She'll speak to us today on the topic, the social life of migraine. Please welcome me in joining and welcoming Dr. Kempner.
Hi, everyone. It is such an honor to be here. Thank you, Shirley, for inviting me, and thank you, Miles for Migraine, for holding this event. I'm hoping this is the first of many productive migraine education days. I think it's such a great idea, and I'm glad to see so many people here today. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about the title of my talk, which might seem a little unusual and maybe a little bit perverse to talk about migraine as having a social life, since most of us know migraine is a thief of social lives. So why does migraine get to go out and drink red wine while we're laying in a dark bed? It's not what I mean by migraine having a social life at all. What I really want to talk about here today is migraine as not just being a biological entity. We just heard this really wonderful talk about migraine as biological and migraine as medical, and migraine having what causes migraine and how migraine happens in the body. And all of that is, and how to treat migraine, and all of that is really important to understand for making us feel better. But what I really want to emphasize today is that in order to make lives better for people with migraine, we also have to think about migraine as a social entity. And migraine is profoundly social. And that means that in order to make our lives better, we have to address migraine as social. We have to think about potential solutions in ways that are social. So I started to learn this lesson myself when I was just a little girl. I'm the one in this picture who does not look like she's having a headache. I'm actually this one over here. And I started getting my headaches when I was just about 5. And a pediatrician, this is according to my parents who remember this better than I do, a pediatrician diagnosed me as having a type A personality. And this is, I guess, 1980. And they told my parents that there was nothing that they could do other than tell me to relax. My mom has always had headaches and migraines as well. I remember her being in bed for days when I was a little girl. And she rejected this. So she took me to every doctor and healer that she could think of, trying to get me better. So my childhood, what I remember about my childhood, even more than being in pain, is just going to like doctor after doctor after doctor and constantly being told a lot of cockamamie explanations for why I was in pain. Usually that I was stressed. And then I had to relax. One of my favorite was around when I was 17. A doctor told me that maybe I was worried I didn't have a boyfriend yet. And one of my personal favorites was that I just needed to breathe more. And we're going to do some, I think there's going to be some talk about mindfulness meditation today, and that is a great way to cope with pain, but that can seem a little dismissive when you haven't even gotten a diagnosis yet. So I started to wonder whether or not everybody just thought I was a hypochondriac. I felt like this Victorian lady here. Nobody could explain why something as banal and common as a headache was keeping me in bed all day. And when I think back on that time, it wasn't really the chronic pain that bothered me so much as it was this feeling of shame, that maybe I was just weak and I couldn't handle the kinds of pain that other people had all the time. So I felt like this for years, and as I lived my life, I decided eventually I was going to go get my PhD in sociology, and I was not thinking about studying medicine, but when I got there, I realized that there was this field called medical sociology in which scholars had been studying something called stigma. Now, stigma is an idea emerges in the 1960s in sociology, and it's the idea that there are social and individual attributes or behaviors that are devalued or discredited in particular social contexts. And in medical sociology, we talk about different ways diseases can be stigmatized. So diseases can be stigmatized certainly if they're contagious. So if somebody has the flu, you're like, get away from me. That's stigma. So we talk about stigma in terms of social distance. We can also stigmatize diseases when we think people are personally responsible for the onset of their disease. So lung cancer is a stigmatized disease, whether or not people smoked, because we assume people smoked. Similarly, hepatitis B carries a stigma because it's associated with sexual transmission. We also stigmatize diseases when they're associated with body parts that we don't like to talk about. So we talk about a lot about different kinds of cancer, but you don't hear a lot of news stories about anal cancer. That's a body part people don't like to talk about. Also, we stigmatize disorders that affect the mind. Schizophrenia, for example. That's a disorder that it gets hidden and shrouded a lot. And this isn't, I don't mean to give an exhaustive list of all the factors that lead to stigma, but we also stigmatize disorders, and I think this is really important in migraine. We stigmatize disorders when they're associated with groups that are already marginalized. And a really classic example of that is HIV/AIDS. If you think back to the 1980s, there was no government response and very low public response to the issue of AIDS until we had Ryan White diagnosed with AIDS. And so we started to think about AIDS as something that happened to people who were not gay. So I started in graduate school wondering how stigma might affect migraine. I started to put it together. Oh, I feel this way because migraine is stigmatized. And I wanted to learn more about it. So migraine, we all know, is an invisible disorder, and it's impossible to measure in any objective way. And that means that the legitimacy of migraine depends very much on the person who's reporting the symptoms. We have to believe them. And that means that, and let me just say, in case you don't know, the majority of people who have migraine are women. Although migraine is so prevalent, something like 9 million American men have migraine. But we tend to associate migraine with women. And so all of these qualities about migraine, plus the fact that migraine tends to be thought of as a women's disorder, make migraine really vulnerable to stigma. Here we go. So I went and studied migraine, and I studied migraine in a variety of settings. In medical settings, I studied the pharmaceutical industry, I studied people who had migraine, I looked on the internet, on internet forums for migraine, and And I found I was not the only person who felt this way about migraine. This is a quote from Terry Roberts. Some of you may know her as a great migraine advocate. And one of the things she says is that if you visit our message boards any day, you'll find posts from people whose main problem with migraine care is attitude. Not theirs, but that of some medical professionals, some media, and much of the general public. And when I went into the boards she was talking about, I found that one of the biggest problems facing people with migraine was stigma. And when I talked to people with migraine, that's what people with migraine wanted to talk about. They wanted to say to me that they were worried other people thought that they were, quote, nuts, stressed out, drug-addled, and unreliable. That's what people with migraine worried about. And this is a concern that goes back in time. I just think Joan Didion is so cool, so I have to put in a slide about her. But Joan Didion wrote this famous essay about her own migraines, and she talks about this as well. All of us who have migraine suffer not only from the attacks themselves, but from this common conviction that we are perversely refusing to cure ourselves by taking a couple of aspirin, that we are making ourselves sick, and that we bring it on ourselves. So just through a show of hands, how many of you can relate to this feeling that migraine isn't taken seriously? So quite a few of you. And I want to say that this idea, this general feeling that we have, comes from a sociocultural context that we really need to pick apart and untangle and understand. And that context has a history that is long and is tangled and is deeply embedded into our culture. And it's not as easy to fix as just educating people. We can't just go out there and say, that's not what migraine is, because culture is more complicated than that. And so these ideas are also deeply embedded into our institutions. And so that's what I want to spend the rest of my talk discussing. I want to talk about how these ideas about, when these ideas about migraine emerged, how they circulate in our culture, how they're entangled in our institutions, why they're so persistent, and then talk a bit about what we can, as a community, do about them. So migraine's a really old diagnosis in the medical literature. It goes back millennia. And for a long time it was, right, this does bounce. Sorry about that. I won't mind if you guys close your eyes, if it's bothering you, I won't take it personally. It was taken seriously. But this idea about migraine starts to change in the 18th century. And that in the 18th century, and I'm talking about the West here, I'm talking about Britain and particularly Britain, I'm focused on Britain and France. There is this idea emerges that migraine affects a particular kind of person. And I'm going to talk about this idea, how this idea emerges in culture first. This is an image illustrating a very famous poem called The Rape of the Lock, a poem written by Alexander Pope. And the woman reclining here is Belinda. She's the protagonist. And in this scene, she has suffering from a number of ailments of the spleen, one of which is a migraine. And she's laying pensive in bed because she's mourning the loss of a piece of her hair that was cut against her will by a baron. And I think this is a classic illustration of a privileged woman who feels too weak to emerge from bed because of a relatively small issue, in this case, a bad haircut. So the cultural references to megrium and migraine in this case continue throughout the centuries. Another classic some of you might remember is from Little Women, Louise and May Alcott's classic. Beth is the most sensitive and the sickliest of the characters, and she also is the one who always gets headaches. And I don't want to ruin this story for anybody who hasn't seen it, but Beth dies. this idea of the sickly but sensitive person who gets headaches comes from an idea in medicine that also comes out in the early 18th century called the nervous temperament. The nervous temperament is articulated by a famous English doctor, George Chaney, who argues that in the new modern world, modern in the 18th century sense, there are certain people who have this nervous temperament, and they are what he called invariably of good breeding, meaning they're upper class. They're what they called high sensibility, which means that they are artistic, creative, witty people. They're quick imaginative thinkers, and they're intellectuals. But the problem with this kind of personality or this kind of way of being is that it comes with a bunch of nervous disorders, like hysteria, hypochondria, or the vapors. I hate the vapors. Okay, so the reason he argued was biological, and so the nervous temperament is actually about having nerves that are too lax, feeble, or unelastic, and that breeds pathology. Now, if you are a fan of Jane Austen, you'll recognize this nervous temperament in the character of Marianne from Sense and Sensibility, and you'll remember her. She loves art and music, and she thinks that's really important in her suitor, but she walks through the rain and then almost dies. So that's the classic nervous temperament. The nervous temperament gets attached directly to migraine in the 19th century, and I give just this example of P.W. Latham because he is a very, very influential writer on migraine. And he talks about migraine as people possessing what is called the nervous temperament here. Their brains are very excitable, their senses acute, and their imagination's free. So if you have migraine, you have both positive attributes and negative attributes. And I also illustrated this with a picture of a schoolboy because I wanted to point out and really make clear that this person with migraine can be male or female. They're always upper class. It's an upper class disorder. And it's about using your brain in ways that are because you're thinking too hard, or if you're a woman because you're thinking in the wrong, you just shouldn't really be thinking. Now this really comes to the fore in the 20th century. Now you would think in the 20th century, with the emergence of scientific medicine, that some of this would go away. But in the turn of the 20th century, thinkers like Freud and behaviorists like Pavlov and Adolf Meyer are ascendant. People are really impressed by them, and people and medical doctors are very, very interested in mind-body relationships. This is a picture of Harold G. Wolff. He's considered the father of modern headache medicine, in large part because he brings science to headache medicine. And this is a picture of him in his laboratory. And what I want to talk about with him is that not only does he bring science in to headache medicine, one of the things he does is he doesn't actually get rid of these ideas about who a person with migraine is. His science kind of amplifies it. I'll just start with his science. He is really innovative in the way he develops experiments about migraine. He's famous too. He's super famous. This is a picture from Life magazine. And it's one of his contraptions in which he uses to measure vascular changes in migraine. So he's one of the first people to really show that there are physiological changes with migraine, which is really important in demonstrating the realness of migraine. But he's also really taken by psychosomatic medicine and behaviorists with whom he trained. And he thinks that even though migraine is real and biological, he thinks it's brought on by personalities. So he's actually the person who is the inventor of the infamous migraine personality. And the way he describes it is that the migraine personality is the individual with migraine aims to gain approval by doing more than and better than his fellows through application and hard work, and to gain security by holding to a stable environment. Now, I have to tell you two things about Harold Wolff. First of all, he had migraines. So in a way, you can see how he's describing himself here. And almost all the researchers who studied migraine through time had migraines themselves. That's an interesting thing about people who study migraines. The other thing is that his clinic is on the Upper East Side, so he has a very well-to-do clientele. So he's also describing his patients. One of his most prescribed treatments was actually a squash game. So that's the kind of patient he's used to dealing with. And this comes through also in the popular press when they talk about his migraine personality. So we're not really seeing that neurotic woman here yet. Right now we're seeing the type A, organizational man, hard worker. Here's the aspirin eater, high pressure big shot who lives, breathes, eats, drinks, sleeps, and dreams his unbridled ambition, right? So where then is this neurotic woman that we associate with migraine? Well, she comes up when Harold Wolff and his peers talk about the migraine personality in reference to women. They're using their brains, but in ways that you would imagine a woman would use her brains. And that is to worry about things she should not be fretting about. And so here I use his colleague Walter Alvarez. Walter Alvarez is a gastroenterologist, very big in migraine at the time. Gastroenterologists were in the game then because when you have migraine, you throw up a lot, so then you go see your gastroenterologist. But what he says, this is one thing he says, it is an axiom with me that whenever a woman is having 3 attacks of migraine a week, it means that she is either psychopathic or else she is overworking or worrying or fretting or otherwise using her brain wrongly. And I accompanied this with this is an ad from the journal Headache, the official journal of what was then called the American Association of, I think it's Headache Science, I can't remember now. And this is an actual ad, and you can see they portray the migraine patient as a Victorian lady. Alvarez goes on to say a number of things that are crazy, but one of the things he says that if one of the exciting causes of the attacks is marital infelicity and much thinking about divorce, he says that he could almost cure the disease by getting the woman to see clearly that she isn't tough enough or heartless or unkind enough to go ahead and getting the divorce she craves. So that's how women get talked about with migraine. And you can also see this in headache advertisements at the time. And this advertisement, as you can see, this is for Anacin. You can see this woman is really suffering under the burdens of ironing, cooking, doing the groceries, and taking care of her kids. And I feel her because that's how I look when I'm doing that. But then she takes some Anacin and look, as Alvarez says, once he has a talk with patients, he says when she stops thinking about it, she stops having headaches and gets as well as she can be. Of their husbands, he would tell them, you had to have an angel to put up with all your illnesses, and you got him. Oh, he's a marriage counselor. Okay, now, these depictions of migraine all seem ridiculous and silly until we start comparing them to contemporary images of migraine. Okay, now we just heard this great talk about how migraine is about the brain and it's neurobiological, and we would like to think that this is enough to destigmatize migraine. But of course I'm going to argue it's not because I'm a sociologist. Okay, so I am going to pick on Carolyn Bernstein's otherwise very good book, very informative book about migraine, because she talks about the migraine brain in a way that I think really illustrates why talking about migraine as a brain disorder can sometimes fall short of destigmatizing migraine. And what she says is, in this one passage, your brain is as high maintenance as they come. Like a thoroughbred racehorse or diva, it's a hypersensitive, demanding, and overly excitable. It usually insists that everything in its environment remains stable and even-keeled. It can respond angrily to anything it isn't accustomed to or doesn't like. A migraine brain is always on alert, ready to overreact to any stimulus it finds displeasing. Now, what strikes me about this description is that it sounds actually, to my ears, a lot like the migraine personality, but it's the migraine personality ascribed to a brain. Now, does that do any cultural work for us? Well, yes. I mean, somehow having a personality, you feel responsible for your personality. Like, you could change your bad personality, and you can't really change out your brain easily yet. But you could, but then you're stuck with a brain. If your brain has all of these bad characteristics, well, that doesn't make you any more pleasant to be around. So that's kind of a problem. The other thing is the descriptors of this brain are highly gendered, so you wouldn't necessarily want to you might describe a man as a thoroughbred racehorse, but a thoroughbred racehorse is known as being a bit fragile in a way, and a diva is a very kind of highly feminine word. So there's something going on here in this description that isn't necessarily going to remove the stigma of migraine. It also reads a lot like this 19th century description of the migraine, of the nervous temperament, when we talk about people who have migraine as having excitable brains, acute senses, and free imaginations. So I don't see a lot of progress in the way that we're talking about the brains of people with migraine. Now, what happens when we leave the realm of medicine and go into popular culture? Well, this is actually an old Imatrix ad. This comes from maybe like 15 years ago, 14 years ago. And this is, but I like it because this is an ad I think we can recognize the picture of the woman holding her head. But there are a few things I want to say about it. She's not just working any job. This is a nurse, and she's not taking care of like some chunky, strong man. She's taking care of tiny babies in a NICU. And she's not really taking care of them with her migraine. She's turned her back to them. So she is, she has a migraine and she can't do her job. And we can all relate to that. I can't do my job when I have a migraine, at least not very well. But she can't care for them. She's incapable of caring. And the room's kind of dark and gloomy. Now, in the ad, there's a series of pictures in this ad. She takes her medication and she feels better, which is great. And the room brightens up and is sunny, and she is capable again of nurture, and she's holding the baby, and like life is good again. And this is a cultural narrative that we see with in pharmaceutical advertisements quite a bit. That medicine restores you so that you're capable of taking care of not just your work roles, but also your social roles. In this case, a highly gendered social role. And what strikes me about this advertisement is it's actually not that far off from this advertisement. She can't take care of her gendered roles, which are about care and nurture. She takes her medicine, and she can. So I don't know if that makes me a crazy sociologist that I see these as the same, but I do. I see a lot of similarities in those narratives. Now, the other thing about migraine is that we also see these as jokes. Headache gets entrenched as jokes and as a metaphor in cultural in popular culture. And so, in this case, headache becomes code for something that's like irritating or annoying, maybe potentially catastrophic to your presidential administration, but not a disorder, right? So it becomes a metaphor for something that we don't necessarily have to treat that seriously, and also the punchline for a joke. And so we have this way of thinking about headaches and migraines that isn't just that serious. Now, why does this stigma matter? Okay, it matters for so many reasons. First, it harms individuals with migraine, and as I saw a lot of you raised your hands, and I think that you are going to know what it feels like. I'm guessing a lot of you know what it feels like when people aren't taking your migraine seriously, and how damaging that can be to your sense of self. I know Dr. Young will be speaking about this in much greater detail later today, so I'll just leave that there. It can also make it really difficult to be a good employee. I mean, it can be unless you have an understanding employer, understanding workplace, a flexible workplace. It can be hard to keep a job if you have chronic migraine. And it can also be, stigma makes it also really hard to apply successfully for long-term disability. Because people don't necessarily think about migraine as a disability, even though we know it's super disabling. So stigma is then what we call institutionalized into our systems of employment, into our systems of disability insurance. Okay, so stigma also reduces our possibilities for seeking and receiving good health care. So when migraine is stigmatized, it may make us less likely to seek help, and that may that our desire to seek help or our willingness to seek help may vary depending on race, gender, and class too. So when we see all of those advertisements of women in pain, white privileged women in pain, that may make us think that, that may make men think that maybe they don't have migraine. That may reduce we already know men don't seek help at the same rates as women. Maybe men aren't going to recognize their pain as migraine and go seek help as much. It also doesn't help doctors see migraine as something that's very serious and something that needs to be treated well. And on that note, we've really seen how the stigma of migraine is institutionalized in medical schools and in neurology departments. So, and this is also true of pain more broadly. So there have been a lot of calls to increase training around pain education in undergraduate medical curriculum. There's almost no training for migraine in the undergraduate medical programs, even though migraine is one of the most common disorders that doctors see. And many neurology departments don't have a dedicated headache specialist on staff and don't see the need for a dedicated headache specialist on staff. And we can trace this to a pervasive sense that migraine is not an important disorder to treat. Stigma also reduces the number of board-certified headache specialists that are available to treat migraine. And this is in large part because doctors don't want to treat migraine patients because they see migraine as an uninteresting disorder to treat, and they perceive people with migraine as being whiny. I've heard this over and over again from physicians. So that stereotype of people with migraine as being neurotic and whiny, it gets institutionalized within the healthcare profession in that way. And then I think possibly most importantly, the stigma significantly decreases the amount of federal funding allocated to headache research. And I have this chart here. This is not the first time today, the only time today you'll see this chart. This chart, what is it's showing you is on the x-axis, you will see how much burden diseases create based on a measure called disability-adjusted life years. And on the y-axis, it's how much money the NIH allocates to those diseases. And so a number of diseases are plotted out on this graph. The red line is what you would project, how much money you would predict a disease would get based on the amount of burden that disease produces. So if a disease falls on that red line, it is receiving about as much money as you would expect it to get based on its burden to our economy and to its burden based on this disability measure. So you can see from this chart that I have a red dot. That's what you can see. Epilepsy, schizophrenia, they're right on your regression line, right? They're right exactly where you would expect them to be. You can see depression is pretty close, just a little lower than you would expect. And then you can see some diseases are doing super well, way better than you would predict. HIV/AIDS, getting way more money than you would think it should based on burden. And cancer is doing way better than you would think it should. But look at who is doing very poorly. Look at who's almost off the chart. Poor migraine. Migraine is not doing well at all. Yep, okay, you're not raising your hand. Okay, so, and that is because, and we know this from sociological studies about how diseases get on public agendas, that this is a form of institutionalized stigma. This is because policymakers and legislators do not think that migraine is significant enough to receive funding, despite objective measures that migraine ought to be getting funding. Okay. what can we do about this? One thing I think is the obvious thing to do is to look at diseases that have been very successful at advocacy. And breast cancer is in some ways an obvious model, in other ways an outlier because it's been so successful. But when you look at this image, would you guess that 35 years ago it was embarrassing to tell somebody that you had breast cancer? And now people are celebrating breast cancer survivors. So 35, 40 years ago, you wouldn't even say the word, your doctor wouldn't say the word cancer to you. They would say the big C. They would talk about something else. They would use euphemisms. And now, now we have football players wearing pink for breast cancer. How did that shift happen? That's what we need to know. And the quick and dirty answer is through advocacy. And this is where the social matters so much in migraine, because nothing's going to happen unless we get our acts together, right? And so that is my message for you. My message is that we as a HEDI community, we have to be the change that we want to see. And this is a great start. We have to empower each other to speak out about how migraine affects us. Because it's scary to do that. When there's that much stigma about migraine, it's scary to get out there and say how this affects our lives. But if we do that, we're going to empower the next person and the next person. So I'm so encouraged by the crowd here today. I think that is the great way to build this community, and we're going to be able to change the face of migraine. So let's keep that momentum going, because stigma and stereotypes, they may be one of the greatest challenges facing us, but it's a challenge that we can overcome if we work together. And we've seen that happen for other diseases, and we can do that here. Thank you very much.
That was fabulous, and I'm a white privileged woman, so now I know why I have chronic migraine. So we don't have any questions, and I think that's probably a good thing because it's a lot of really good information to absorb. And we're going to take a short break. I'm going to ask everyone to please come back a few minutes before 11. And I did have one question about the lights. Some people are bothered by the lights being off. So I just want to see a show of hands. If the lights being off is a problem, it's okay. We need to talk about those. So raise your hand if the lights off is bothering you. So I think what we're going to try to do in this section of the room, we might just turn the lights on over here and then leave the lights off. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm going to try. Okay, thank you. Oh, you have a question?
Is it possible to light just the front light?
I don't know. I'm going to find out on the break. Okay.
I don't think it.
Okay, we're going to find out. Thank you.
Oh, God.
That was amazing.
That was good.
So it was including validated. In a good way. No, I couldn't.
Okay, good. I tried. That was good. I was just worried about the time. Like I told you, right? I can. So I'll use the mic when asking. I'm not in this. It's not. Oh, you're at restaurant. It's gonna be about. So, yeah, so it will be about, it will involve, it's number 12. Shows up really easy.
All right. I'll pull that.
And they're not doing it that well.
So I usually don't pay attention or especially that I stand environments. Yeah, and then you're right.
I agree with you.
That's not what it is. Right, yeah.
Is part of the problem.
Yeah. So try that. And I used to work with this, and so I knew about the fabric. So do routine. It's so dense. You don't like this.
I paid out of it.
Yeah, they don't do that. I just don't walk away out. It's actually dense. Right. And that's why I was doing my dishes one day. And then I decided, you know, all the mess are uncomfortable. I'll just leave this fabric. Especially like I said, like the dentist, you lay down and they're doing a light, or like you're looking for a door and you're laying back. No, she definitely tries to like. She tries to light your eyes and like, isn't that horrible? It is the worst.
I actually, fortunately, my doctor
And that's Dr. Spinoza. Yeah, just she's really pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I really recommend these at first. And you know, and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try it. But it really helps so that I can go to the hospital, sit here, and I'm okay. You know, it doesn't, it's not, like, I have to take migraine medicine. But, like, I'm not so it really helps with, like, the life kind of I know, I wear these all the time at night. That's exactly what I do. Seriously, that's how I used to drive. You have to have your hand here so that it drop over like the other now. I know. Ambulance. Yeah. Yeah. But these
maybe one of
really help.
on the way in, and then weather construction site.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And then we got here the once we're going after the fire or whatever. I was like, really? Yeah. Sure, sure. They really do help a lot.
Something interesting is I changed my number in 2000 and I first migrated
This is Stephen Silverstein.
I see, I'm over Jefferson. Well, it's like a PhD, and it's a PhD back, this, like this, 35 My experience is that I've three times I go to the ER, it's so we're talking about there's lots of
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, because the air conditioning vent is right above it. Yeah, yeah, it's when this is going to bounce. So it's either everybody's uncomfortable and it's not moving, or it's the other way around. He would just be here. So, when he's ready to go on, he'll turn you on that side. Yes, I'm going to give you I'm going to put your slides up right. She's going to introduce you, and then I'm going to come up here and set them up for you. Thank you. Sure.
Rizzo? Are we back on? Okay. Is Diane here? Diane Reibel? She's the next speaker. We need to find her. Okay. Yeah, sure. Thanks.
No, I know.
Yes, I did.
Oh, good. Hi, Diane.
Remember to tell them there's stuff in here.
Are you ready?
Ready?
Okay, good. Okay, so I just want to say that we did the best we could with the lights. So if you can just notice where you need to be sitting and move yourself if you need to. This is our only remedy. Our next speaker, though, Dr. Diane Reibel, you will be closing your eyes for part of this, so see how that works for you. Dr. Reibel is the director of the Mindfulness Institute at the Myrna-Brink Center of Integrative Medicine at Jefferson and clinical associate professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine at the Sidney Kimmel Medical College at Thomas Jefferson University. She's been teaching mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, for over 20 years to patients, healthcare professionals, and medical students. She participated in professional training under the direction of John Kabat-Zinn, PhD, and has completed the most advanced teacher training at the Center for Mindfulness at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center, where she has been awarded MBSR teacher certification. Dr. Reibel will speak with us today on the topic of mindfulness for enhancing quality of life for people with migraine. Let's welcome Dr. Reibel. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Shirley, for everything that you do and your whole team. And it is an honor to be here today, and it's wonderful to see all of you. I'm going to start with some PowerPoint, which is my least favorite, but I do want to show you a little bit about some of the research that's been done with mindfulness for people with migraine. And then I'd like to guide you through some experiential practice, because we can talk about mindfulness, but it's very different than to have the direct experience, okay? So, I'd like to begin by saying, of course, mindfulness is indeed a form of meditation. Now, 20 years ago when I started, I literally would be very careful to use the word meditation, all right? Nowadays, you can find mindfulness everywhere. But then it was like, oh my goodness. So I always like to start anyhow, again, because there is a stigma, actually, with respect to meditation. That medicine and meditation actually arise from the same root word. They sound alike, don't they? Meditation and medicine. Okay? They actually, really, the root word means to measure, or the right measure. With respect to medicine, just think about this. How important is it when you see your physician that they give you the absolute right measure of the medicine, right? Unbelievably important. So with medicine, oftentimes, the intervention is from the outside in, all right? With respect to meditation, it's using inner resources, right? What's the right inner measure when I'm anxious to help reduce my anxiety? What's the right inner measure when I can't fall asleep to help me sleep? What's the right inner measure when I am having pain and suffering to help reduce some of the suffering, maybe even some of the pain, right? So it's the right measure, and it's the right measure to help establish wholeness, to help establish balance, all right? I work in integrative medicine. We do not use one without the other, so I want to make that really clear, okay? We use both inner resources and outer resources. Why not use them all, right? That's our philosophy. So, what is mindfulness, all right? Mindfulness is exactly what it says it is. The mind is full. But the mind isn't full of what it's usually full of. You tell me what your mind is usually full of. Can I hear? What's your mind usually full of? To-do lists, right? Worry. To-do lists. Thinking about the past, what I should have done, what I could have done. What should I be doing now? You know, all kinds of things. Mindfulness is that the mind is full of what is happening in the present moment. Oops. So another way of saying it is to really be in the present moment, or being here now, all right? It's not, however, just being here now. It's being here now with certain attitudes. Attitudes of curiosity. What's really happening now? Rather than what I think is happening or what I'm shaded or biased about. What's really happening now? So, for example, right this minute, when you check in, hopefully what you're noticing is what's really happening as you're sitting in this room right now. And hopefully you're not feeling incredibly threatened by me or anybody else right now. You know, and that's what's happening now. And yes, you might have aches or pains. That's happening too. All right? But can we be open to what's happening, receptive to experience? Kind is a word that we use over and over again when we're teaching mindfulness. All right? So when we think about it, first off, I'm not even going to ask this question because I think most of you probably realize that the amount of time that our minds are really here in the present moment is not all that much. All right? They're projecting back and forth all the time. That's the way our minds, don't take it personally, by the way. It's not your mind. It's our minds work that way, okay? They also tend not to be open and receptive to experience, especially when it's unpleasant, right? Tend to brace, tend to start fighting with the experience. Does this help in general? In general, not, right? So I really highlight the attitudes that we talk about with being mindful. And mindfulness-based stress reduction right now happens to be one of the major mindfulness-based interventions that's made its way into healthcare. All right, and it was founded by John Kabat-Zinn at University of Massachusetts in '79. The standard program is an 8-week, 2.5-hour week program plus full day of practice. It's been adapted. But I will say that Jefferson does have MBSR, and so many 700, you'll see, medical centers do, and you do stand with this particular model. All right? It's educational. You learn skills. Right? It's not group therapy, although there's a great deal of group support. And part of the healing, I think, that takes place is people learning and growing together. It started out, talk about mindful here. Well, I have to tell you, I'm trying to mindfully work with the buttons, but I'm not doing that great. So I'm noticing that right now. I just want to put it out because you're noticing it too as well. So it is offered at over 700 medical centers in the U.S. There's 30 years of research, wide range of research with chronic clinical ailments, all right? And it's also expanded, so it's no longer just in healthcare. Beautiful things happening. Mindfulness is going into the kids in the schools and the children and into the military and corporations and so on. These are the kinds of things that have been documented in the literature. When people take mindfulness-based stress reduction, it's been shown this 8-week course in general can help people really decrease anxiety, depression, pain, increase vitality, concentration, memory, immune function, improved emotion regulation. And also, most recently, there's a lot happening with changes in the brain when people are practicing meditation. All right? Again, this is the new frontier. And in as short as 8 weeks, people have been able to document changes in both the function and the structure of the brain. And it's really pretty amazing what's happening. So again, the more research that we have, the more the stigma of meditation is changing. All right? It's no longer just, well, it's a feel-good thing. People go off to the mountains, they wear long robes and have beards and all the, all the kinds of things that people think about. All right? And the hope is, and I really see it already happening, that in the area of migraine, I am going to be really honest with you. There has not been as many studies on mindfulness for migraines as there have been for anxiety and depression and cancer. But it's changing. That is the good news. So let's just talk a little bit about the research. So Jefferson's had an MBSR program for 20 years. We just celebrated our 20th year anniversary. We're very excited and happy about that. And we've been doing research since the very beginning. This is a very small study in the fact that it was only 15 chronic migraine patients, all right? And what we did is after like 10 years of the program, we realized that the majority of people coming to the program by far are the chronic pain patients, all right? So we looked at approximately 100 chronic pain patients and looked at quality of life and psychological symptomatology. Of the 100, I'm just going to show you, because of the time, this is what we found for migraine patients. They had improvements in bodily pain and limitations due to pain. However, the results did not reach statistical significance. All right? Small number of people. I'll show you some research with bigger numbers. However, in our cohort, the participants with chronic migraine did show reduced anxiety, reduced depression, reduced somatization, and improved vitality. So, even though we weren't able to show that the pain levels were changed, they were reporting, in some sense, better quality of life. All right? And this is a fairly recent study, all right? And it's a small study again, but randomized control and with MBSR, and it had a beneficial effect on headache duration. Okay? So the duration of the chronic migraines was reduced by 3 hours. And also disability, self-efficacy, and mindfulness improved. But again, no significant changes in migraine frequency or severity. All right? So one thing that I want to say again is, well, there's still pain, but something is shifting in ability to handle. All right? This is the most recent study that I was able to find. It just came out in December 2016. And it's mindfulness and pharmacological prophylactics after withdrawal from medication overuse in patients with chronic migraine. All right? So So patients with chronic migraine who completed a withdrawal program in a day hospital setting, they were told that they can either have prophylactic medicine, all right, or mindfulness training. Now keep in mind here, this was highly self-select, it's not a randomized controlled trial. Some people said, you know what, I'm going to try some mindfulness training. All right, so it's a little bit of a limitation of a study because it's a highly select group that, I'm going to try the mindfulness. And the mindfulness program was a 6-week group program for 45 minutes. And patients were asked to practice 7 to 10 minutes a day. All right? The other thing to know is both of these groups, once they had a headache, they took medicine for their headache. But this is the prophylactic piece that was different. Does this make sense, what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Headache frequency, medication use, and depression severity significantly decreased for both treatments over time. So there was no difference between the groups that were taking the prophylactic medicine compared to the ones that were doing the mindfulness training. All right? And headache-related disability significantly decreased for both groups at 3 and 6 month follow-up. Both groups revealed significant equivalent improvement with respect to what's a classical endpoint in this area, 50% or more reduction of headaches compared to baseline. And the majority of the patients no longer satisfied the current criteria for chronic migraine. So this result suggests that mindfulness training may be effective in reducing headache frequency, depression, disability, and acute medication use. All right? Now, I find that fascinating. I also know, well, it's one study. I would never tell people to stop taking their medicine based on one study. Okay? I would not tell you that. But I would tell you that there's something potentially promising here that, people who are taking a mindfulness program, are doing pretty well in some of the criteria. All right? This is something that I found, and that's why I said, I feel like this is a possibility of helping the culture, helping the physicians, helping the patients. I found 3 ongoing clinical studies, mindfulness and migraines. Now, I'm specifically looking for mindfulness and migraines. I'm sure there's plenty of clinical studies more than this, too, okay? But specifically, there's 3 here, and at Hopkins, they're actually doing brain scans, MRI outcomes, looking at mindfulness meditation, changes in the brain, changes in outcomes for people with migraines, right? So some hopefulness for moving forward. So this is a clock that we have in our meditation space. So I'm going to now is this working? Can you hear me? Yeah? What I'd like to do is guide you through short mindfulness practice, okay? In your folder, what you'll see is a list of short mindfulness practices and free downloadable meditations, if this seems any relevance to you, all right? One of the things I want to mention is this. Mindfulness is not about relaxation. Okay, it's not a relaxation practice, but a byproduct is often relaxation, but it doesn't have to be. So I want to make that really clear, all right? It is an awareness practice to become increasing aware of what is happening in the moment, what's happening in your body, what's happening in your mind, and in your mood state, all right? The more aware we become of what's happening, the more possibility that we can make wise choices in our lives, okay? That is really why we would practice mindfulness, all right? So as much as we would want to get out of pain and so forth, that can happen, but it's not from struggling to get out of pain that happens. Did you ever notice this? That you're struggling to get out of pain doesn't always help you get out of pain? Right, okay. So this is a little bit of a different approach. It's noticing the sensations as well as what the mind is saying, all right? And if your mind is anything like mine, when I'm in pain, my mind is not saying pleasant things. So we use the terminology of 2 arrows, like the first is the pain, migraine, whatever the pain is. And then on top of that, and that just happens, then on top of that is the second arrow that we often do to ourselves, all right? We have cultural stigma, right, and narrative, but we have our own personal narrative that might not be really helpful to us. Do you ever notice that? Okay. So these are the kinds of things that we work with mindfulness. So anything I say, if it doesn't feel right for you, don't do it, okay? Nothing here is mandatory. If you want to explore, be curious, then you can join it. So for this practice, you can keep your eyes open, or if you would like, you can just gently close your eyes. Makes no difference. It's your choice, right? Take a moment to really bring your attention into your body and notice what's happening right now in the body. And keep in mind that the most important attitude is openness, curiosity, and kindness. So you might find something as you check in that's not feeling so good. See if you can just feel the sensation and notice anything you're telling yourself, but as much as possible, bring the attention into the body. Perhaps feeling where you make contact with the chair right now. Back of the legs, notice sensation in the back of the legs. Maybe there's softness. Maybe you're experiencing hardness. Right? But see if you can actually sense into being supported by the chair. In actuality, you're being supported right now by the chair. And then bring your attention down to the feet. And notice the sensations in the feet. And notice how the mind goes where you place it. At least for a short while, it might move. But right now, attention down the feet. Perhaps you can feel the sense of the floor beneath you and the support that's there right here beneath you. Notice if the mind has wandered somewhere into thought, and that's fine, it does that, but bring it back right now to the feet, right? Notice some of your feet are flat on the floor, some people are not. Just noticing it, right? And then see if you can get a sense for being held in place here, because indeed, all the forces of nature right now are holding you in place. And if that's the case, perhaps you don't need to hold so much in your body right now. And here's where wise choice comes in. Check and see, are there any muscles that are holding right now that you can let go of, even if it's 1% more? Perhaps the jaw can drop a little bit, or the brow can soften. Sending a signal from the mind to the body just to simply soften muscles that you don't need to be using right now, right? Maybe the shoulders can drop down, back a little bit. Just noticing what happens when you make a choice to sink into the moment a little bit more with just a little bit more openness, because when the body is a little more open, the mind has the ability to be a little more open. Then expand your attention to include a sense of the whole body right now. The whole body, just sitting. Sitting, breathing, right here, right now. And when you're ready, if your eyes are closed, just gently allow them to open. Right? And as you open your eyes, see if you can maintain a sense of your body. Don't lose a sense that you are sitting here right now. Right? So often we start opening our eyes and our attention goes here and we forget that we're still in our bodies. Right? And check in. What quality or qualities are most present right now as you sit? Right? First off, how many of you feel somewhat present? And what I mean by that is your mind is where your body is, and you're here in the room and you know it. Can I see a show of hands? Okay. All right. So most, not all. And it's not right or wrong. It's just that a short practice, and the idea is to be present. What other qualities are you noticing as you sit here? And we do like popcorn out. That's what we do, like just a word or two, like of a quality of the present moment. What is calmness? More even breathing. Stillness. Peace. Anybody else? Yes. Noticing your eyes itch, okay? Why would it be good to do that? Notice that. Well, maybe there's something that can be done. Maybe there's nothing that can be done, but I can watch what my mind does with it. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? My eyes are itching, or what's wrong with or I should have, or I this or that, okay? Which only tightens the body around itchy eyes, all right? Versus, okay, this is the way it is. Change what we can and open to what we can't, which is much kindness as possible. And I'd like to leave you with just one thing. Kindness and compassion are healing bombs. They are healing, B-A-L-M-S, bombs, okay? I know for a fact that when I am in pain, my mind is not kind often. What would be really helpful is to say, I'm in pain. That's the truth. I'm struggling. That's the truth. This hurts. Whatever it is you want to say. And then, may I be kind. care for myself? May I meet the moment with compassion? Telling yourself that is changing your internal narrative. All right? So yeah, it's important to change the cultural narrative. And it takes some time. It doesn't take that much time to change your internal narrative if you decide that that's what you want to do. Right? Because when somebody hurts, what do they need? Not more, right, not more pain and suffering. Compassion, care, kindness. This is what is important to give ourselves. So I'm highlighting with that one. Shirley has. When you say migraine symptoms don't have statistically significant improvement, but go on to say that there is a significant reduction, the somatization, what are the things you're seeing that you consider to be somaticized? Okay, so somatization are things on the order of, we have things that are basically physical symptomatology. It could be sleepiness, tiredness. It could be dizziness, this and that. That particular scale on somatization was significantly improved, all right? But when we looked at pain on another scale, it was not. Is that helpful to whoever asked that question? I don't know who asked the question. But is it helpful or not? So there are different scales, basically, that we were looking at. All right? All right? So when somebody was rating strictly bodily pain, it didn't reach significance. And that was in the Jefferson studies. But in the other studies, you could see some of the specific pain scales did change. Anything else before we close? Thanks for your attention. And I just want to say, Jefferson MBSR programs, we do have information out there. And just know that we do our best not to turn people away for financial reasons. I always like to say that because sometimes people look at it and say, oh, no way. Okay? You just need to ask. You need to ask sometimes for what we need. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. I can speak from personal experience, having taken MBSR at Jefferson 2 times, and Diane is my teacher. So I'm very fortunate. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to say a word or two about lunch. I think there might be a little bit of confusion about your afternoon schedule. So just take a moment right now and take your schedule out of your packet and notice where you're going in the afternoon. If you're sitting with someone who has a different schedule than you and you came together and you'd like to move through the afternoon sessions together, then please pick one of those schedules. So we have 3 activities in the afternoon: yoga, biofeedback, and group discussion. This room the walls are going to be closed here during lunch, and then we are going to come back into this room based on where you're supposed to go in your schedule. One of these rooms will be for chair yoga, two of the rooms will be for discussion. Oh, maybe that's not right. Actually, one of the discussion groups is down the hall in one of the other rooms. Biofeedback will be downstairs in the open air lobby, which there's also seating for lunch down there as well. So if there's not enough space up here, you can please go downstairs. If you have any questions, please come and see me at lunch. And we will also have Joanna Kempner will be doing her book signing. So we'll have about 55 minutes for lunch. So now please let me introduce our next speaker, and that is Dr. Lisa Goldstein, and she's board certified in both child and adolescent and adult psychiatry. She's had a private practice in Rosemont, Pennsylvania for more than 15 years and also provides consultations for school districts throughout Pennsylvania and Delaware. She has always had a special interest in children and adolescents with complicated special education needs, and this is expanded to include students with chronic migraine and post-traumatic headache. Dr. Goldstein is the president of the Pennsylvania branch of the International Dyslexia Association. She actively supports patient advocacy through her work with Miles for Migraine and the National Headache Foundation, and she's been fabulous to me with all of her help. Let me introduce you now, and her topic today is It's All in Your Head. Thank you.
Make that go dark. There you go. So what do I hit to make that go? Nope, make it go off.
This button.
Okay. Hi. So I'm last this morning, and I'm going to give you part of the punchline first. I'm turning that screen off because the flicker is driving me crazy and makes me want to throw up. So you saw the picture. I'll show you the picture a little later on. So I am indeed a psychiatrist, and of course they want me to do all of psychiatry, depression, anxiety, and trauma in 20 minutes right before lunch. So we're just not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is talk about what it feels like and move on from there when your headache doctor, whoever's treating your headache disorder, says, "So dear, are you talking to anyone about this? Maybe you'd like to consider a little therapy. I'd like to give you the name of a psychiatrist," right? Many of us have had that experience. Thus the title of my talk, because our reaction is, what? You're telling me it's all in my head? If you would just get rid of my headaches, I wouldn't have these other problems. I wouldn't be anxious. I wouldn't be depressed. I don't need a therapist. I don't need a psychiatrist. What I need is to not have this headache disorder. And people come into my office feeling like that. People in my family walk into other people's offices feeling like that. But the truth is, most of us are here today, you're here today, because you still have a very chronic, difficult headache disorder. Has your headache gone away? You don't have to answer that. And what if treating your depression would make your life better? What if treating your anxiety would make your life better? Is it worth it to have a better life? And it's not as if our mind and our body are separate, right? We've maybe gotten past that. Of course it's all in your head. It's in your brain. Migraine brains, and I hesitate after Joanna's wonderful talk to use that word migraine brain because I now know that it's so loaded with so many meanings. But I'll go back to Dr. Schulman's talk. Brains that have migraines are more sensitive in many ways. And migraine is in your brain, and anxiety is in your brain, and depression is in your brain, and this is not your fault. You are not to blame for this. This is how you are. You have this thing called migraine, and you may have some of these other things as well for very, very good reasons. People who have migraines are sensitive to a lot of triggers. Thus, I turned that screen off because it was driving me crazy. And they react more strongly to these triggers, and they're more sensitive to these reactions. That's exactly the same for anxiety. I spend a lot of time as a psychiatrist explaining to people that you have anxiety because you have stronger reactions, and you're very in tune and more sensitive to these reactions. So when you start to get a migraine, and it might even be the day before when you start to notice, oh no, I'm getting a little tired, I'm yawning more, I'm craving chocolate. We now know that you crave chocolate. It's not the chocolate that causes the migraine. But when you start to get those first signs, or you realize my head's beginning to hurt, it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, I have so much to do, what's your first reaction? What's your first feeling? Now, you can't see my slide because I turned it off with all the little symbols for curse words, so I won't tell you actually what your first reaction is. But it is, oh no, it's anxiety, it's fear, it's I don't want that pain now. What will I say to the people who I'm supposed to meet in a couple hours? I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to lose more of my life. What am I going to do? How will I finish my project or pick up my kids? Or what will I tell the person that I'm about to go out? I'm not young enough for this, but for my kids in their 20s, I'm about to go out on a Tinder date. What am I supposed to tell that person I'm meeting? Or even just my friend who I'm canceling on for the third time. And with all of this difficulty with migraine, I then ask myself, why do more than half of people who suffer with migraines not get treated? Why? We're obviously the people getting treatment, but I'll tell you in a little bit, that wasn't always the case. And there are a lot of reasons, and you've been hearing them this morning, why people don't get treated. Sometimes people don't know these are migraines, even educated people. They may not have access to care, they may not believe in treatment, and there's a lot of overlap between mental health and migraine, a lot of stigma and shame, a lot of not believing, particularly in mental health, that treatment works. A lot of isolation. You become just so sick with migraine. How are you supposed to get to all these treatments you're supposed to go to? And then there's you tell someone you have a migraine, and they say, "Oh, I have headaches," right? "I have headaches," or "It's just a headache. You can still go." So I am here to combat stigma and isolation, one family at a time. And this is the only slide I wanted to show because that's my mom and those are my daughters. And we have 5 people in 3 generations who have migraine with aura, actually. I'm going to turn it off because it's annoying. And so when my oldest daughter had her first very complicated migraine at age 8, and we're getting ready to go to the neurologist, and I asked my mother, "Mom, do we have any migraines in the family?" "We don't have migraines in the family. What are you talking about?" Took me a little bit. Remember those headaches you used to go to bed with for a couple of days? Those sick headaches when I was a kid? She said, "Oh no, those weren't migraines. That was my divorce." Thanks, Mom. That's really helpful. So it took me a while longer, actually, to go to the neurologist. And well, I get headaches, right? I get headaches. And you get migraines. Really? I had been through medical school at this point and residency and had been practicing medicine for 10 years, and I did not know I had migraines. And I've really thought back. I don't remember if it was Dr. Schulman or Dr. Kempner's slide. I don't know if I ever had a single class, a single hour on migraine in medical school. And it actually wasn't until almost 10 years later when my second daughter had very chronic, significant headaches and migraines that I started going to the headache talks myself, because I'm a doctor too. I live in a lot of worlds. And I learned that this necklace, very light little necklace, that I tried to put on this morning, and I couldn't even get from my bathroom all the way out to the kitchen before I realized it was triggering a headache, that was a symptom I had had for most of my adult life, and it had a name. It was called allodynia, and it was related to chronic migraine. And I'm a doctor who didn't even think that I had migraines until my kids got sick. So there are a lot of reasons related to both stigma that Dr. Kempner talked about and shame. And I'm just going to do the mental health piece really quickly and ask you, is your treatment working? Doctors don't often tell you what we have, and I decided today I would tell you that I have it, my family has it, and that whoever said it, almost all the doctors and researchers that I've met in this field, either they or their loved ones have migraine. And so we all need to start talking about what we have so that we can get the treatment we need. And the hardest question I'm going to ask you today is, how would you feel about a better life? If you could have a better life, even if you still had headaches, would you take it? Is it worth it? So that's why you come see a therapist or a psychiatrist, because our lives can be very, very hard. And what you want to be able to do is live the life you have and have a good life, even if it's a headache, even if it's a life with headaches. And it is also a headache, but even if it's a life with headaches. And so what else can you do to have that better life? One thing you can do is get treatment for the other things that you have. And they brought a psychiatrist here today so that I could tell you that we have treatments that work for depression and anxiety and for trauma. And treatment for these other disorders might make your life better. Very likely will make your life better. The easy part is for me to talk about SSRI antidepressants because the medicines for anxiety and depression are pretty easy. You don't need blood tests for them. They have some side effects, and they're the same. Anxiety and depression are treated by the same medicines, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And so if you hear the names out there, Prozac, Zoloft, Celexa, Lexapro, those are those medicines. You should probably try 2 of them. If the first one doesn't work or gives you side effects, try a second. And I'm not going to tell you all the side effects now because you will need to be working with a doctor in order to get these medicines prescribed. Ideally, if it's not your headache doctor prescribing these medicines, your other doctor will talk to your headache doctor because we're looking for medicines that have more than one use. I do want you to know that SSRIs have sexual side effects, so if your doctor doesn't bring it up with you, by all means, bring it up with your doctor. We're doctors. We should be able to talk about those things. And know that I, as a psychiatrist, am not the doctor who most often prescribes antidepressants. Primary care doctors prescribe most antidepressants for mild to moderate depression and anxiety in adults. Now, I'm a child psychiatrist, and not all pediatricians will prescribe them. But primary care doctors prescribe them, headache doctors prescribe them, general neurologists prescribe them, and psychiatrists prescribe these medicines. If I had more than 20 minutes to do all of psychiatry, I would talk to you about doses, but you want to make sure that you take enough of a medicine that you're bothering to take, so don't worry about, oh, I just want to stay with the starting dose. But you may start a little more slowly because you are someone who is sensitive to both the effects and the side effects of medicines. SSRIs are the only medicines for depression and anxiety that have evidence in children and teenagers. So I've recognized some moms here from other events, and these really are the only medicines that we think work for depression and anxiety in children and teenagers, but they're not the only medicines that work for depression and anxiety in adults, and many of you will likely have tried the older tricyclic antidepressants because they can also They are established treatments for other kinds of chronic pain and can help with sleep, so they may not be the only ones you're offered. And then, especially in adults, there's a newer class of antidepressants called SNRIs. They work on norepinephrine and serotonin. The one most people have heard about is Cymbalta, the generic is duloxetine, that has evidence and some FDA approval in other chronic pain disorders. And quite honestly, when your pain system gets turned on, when you have chronic migraine, I won't have you put up your hands, but I know from working with the teenagers, when your pain system gets turned on, it gets turned on. And often people have more than one kind of chronic pain. So Cymbalta is a medicine that's increasingly used for both depression and anxiety and chronic pain. And it's not just because, well, we want to treat your depression and anxiety and that will make your life better, but also because pain, of course, can make you anxious, which leads to more pain. We know that when you are anxious, it heightens your pain. That gives you less life. That makes you more depressed and gives you more anxiety. This is happening biologically, physically in your brain, which increases your pain. And thus that vicious cycle of pain, anxiety, depression, more pain, more anxiety, more depression. So the depression and anxiety can worsen your pain, though for, I think, most of us here with migraine and for our headache specialists, we know that the original cause of your migraine is that you have a migraine headache disorder or a headache disorder, not that you're depressed or all of the other things that Dr. Kempner talked about. I also want you to know that I love treating anxiety. Most people who treat anxiety love it because anxiety responds so well to treatment. In most cases, we don't even start with medicine. We start with a kind of talk therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy. The idea being that your thoughts affect how you feel, your behavior affects how you feel. So if you can learn some new behaviors, some new skills, you may feel better emotionally as well, have less anxiety. And if you can learn some new ways to think. Most of us have automatic thoughts, and often those automatic first thoughts are negative. So if we can learn to challenge our automatic negative thoughts, think in more positive ways, more accepting and generous ways related to mindfulness, often that is very effective for depression and anxiety. And the combination of that cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and SSRI antidepressants is often most effective. Same exact medicines for depression and anxiety. There are good rules about how long to treat and how to stop. And what you want to push your psychiatrist or your prescribing doctor about is we're good at getting people somewhat better so that they're not suffering as much and they function better. What's harder is getting people really well. So if you're going to bother to take medicine and be in treatment, make your goal from the mental health perspective to be well. We can get you well with depression and anxiety, even in the face of headache, and even if we can't get rid of your headache disorder. Don't stop abruptly and don't do it on your own. You do have a sensitive brain, and you will suffer if you just stop these medicines abruptly. Treatment does not have to mean medication. It's talk therapy. It could be CBT, and there is good evidence for CBT in depression, anxiety, in migraine, for insomnia, for trauma. Trauma-focused CBT is a real thing. CBTI for insomnia. But CBT isn't the only kind of therapy, and if you are a mature practitioner like I am, you may not have a specific name for the kind of therapy that you do. What the research shows is that good therapy, no matter what you call it, has more in common than it is different. It depends on the relationship, the therapist, and you will know when a therapist is a good fit for you. Try to give someone 3 tries and then trust yourself. If someone's not a good fit, it's okay to ask for another psychiatrist or another therapist. Supplements have more evidence in migraine than in mood disorders or anxiety, but ask your doctor about it. If I could choose one symptom to treat before I run out of time, it would be sleep. And all of your doctors should be able to talk to you in a meaningful way about sleep. There are so many reasons you can't sleep well, because it's really hard to fall asleep when you're in pain and when you're anxious and worried, maybe related to your headache or not. And it's really hard to sleep when you slept all day because you had a migraine and took your medicine. So there are many modalities for helping sleep. Medicines, over-the-counter and prescription, cognitive behavioral therapy, and I'm going to skip the medical marijuana question that Dr. Schulman got because that's a whole other talk. And there's something called sleep hygiene, good routines, good practices before you go to bed, when you get in bed, and your doctor should be able to talk to you about that. And the one more thing you can do is exercise. Exercise is an evidence-based treatment for depression, for anxiety, and for migraine. Exercise helps with prevention of headache. And you may have to start very slow and very little, but if you can get yourself even to take a walk outside, that will help your mood, your anxiety, and perhaps even your headache. And I'm just going to, in a completely different way to the mindfulness talk, say, do what works for you. It could be mindfulness or relaxation or biofeedback or yoga or guided meditation. They have a lot of similarity. Take good care of yourself. The slide you're not seeing talks about eating and sleeping and exercise and relaxation and knowing your triggers. There's an acronym called SMART that captures all of that. Not all technology is bad. I think there's a handout around that shows you a lot of relaxation apps. And do what works for you. Don't be afraid to try new things. I'm a traditional Western medicine trained doctor. I tell my patients what the evidence supports, and then if they'd like to know, I tell them all the other things we've tried in my family, because there may be other things that help you besides traditional medicines. Don't keep your headache disorder a secret. That is the most important thing about being here today and why I showed you my mom and my daughters, because it's important that we talk about this with each other, with other people. It's nothing to be ashamed of. And I especially want to thank Miles for Migraine, because not only do I work for them and do some volunteering, but Miles for Migraine really works for me, because I get to be out there, be with other people who have headache and not keep it a secret, and know that we're turning something that's very, very difficult and challenging in our lives into something really, really positive. And turning something bad into something good, there's a lot of healing in that. So, thank you. Post-traumatic headaches. Is it a specialty? Chronic pain. Post-traumatic headaches. So I don't know who wrote the question, and post-traumatic headaches mean two different things, and I'm not sure what you're thinking. So when I think of post-traumatic headaches, I most often think of concussion. And post-traumatic headaches following concussion are very much a real thing. When I work with the teenagers who I've talked to more, an awful lot of those kids who are coming in for chronic migraine have had concussions. And we know the veterans, the soldiers, that post-traumatic headaches are one of the most significant and disabling symptoms that they come back with. And I think what we're discovering in migraine research and headache research is that not all headaches are the same biologically, and not all headaches are migraines. So it is, I hesitate to say it's a separate specialty, but it may very much be different than a regular chronic migraine. That's true of other kinds of headaches as well, though. There's something called new daily persistent headache. Some of you may have woken up more or less on one day and gotten a headache that never went away. We treat those headaches like migraines because those are the only treatments we have, but I don't think we know yet biologically what a new daily persistent headache or a post-traumatic headache is, but the treatments are the same. If what you meant were headaches related to other kinds of trauma and PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, certainly people who have had other kinds of trauma have a higher incidence of migraine and chronic headache as well. And I think that really relates to the fact that people who tend to develop PTSD often have pre-existing anxiety. They're more vulnerable to it. And so you get into that cycle of people who are biologically more vulnerable, more sensitive, and so develop more symptoms. And there is good psychiatric treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder if you've had trauma in your life. And if you have chronic migraine and have had trauma, early trauma abuse, I strongly encourage you to get the mental health treatment you need for the trauma PTSD. And you will then see what impact that has on your headache, but both treatments are equally important. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, that was awesome. That's all I can say. We're going to take a lunch break now, and I just want to encourage you you're wearing name tags today, so if you'd like, maybe just have a conversation with someone that you wouldn't normally speak to at lunch. And then if you have any questions about your afternoon schedule, come and see me, but I'm pretty sure yoga's in this room, and there's 2 discussion groups here, and then there's one down the hall, and then biofeedback will be downstairs. Okay, thank you. All right. Good job.
Reporting to you from our first annual Miles for Migraine Education Day. I'm coordinating the event today, and we are thrilled with our attendees. They're just breaking for lunch, as you can see. They're having a wonderful, fresh selection at lunch after just completing the morning session that was filled with some fantastic speakers and some really relevant information to our attendees and those watching Facebook Live. We have over 2,000 people touching base with us via Facebook and catching all the action right as it's happening. So we're absolutely thrilled about that. Shortly after lunch, we're going to start our breakout sessions. Each attendee will attend 3 sessions. They'll have a interactive yoga session, also a biomedical feedback session, and a group discussion. So we're thrilled. There'll be a lot of movement, but it will give our attendees the chance to come together as a community and speak to one another, meet them, share what they think of the day. So we couldn't be more excited for our event today.
Hi, I'm Shirley Kessel. I'm the Executive Director for Miles for Migraine. I'm back to let you know we are just wrapping up lunch. We had a fabulous morning with topics and updates in medical treatment. Hope you got to see that. We had an update in mental health, and we also had a nice practice of mindfulness based on the history for mindfulness-based stress reduction. And we had a fabulous, fabulous talk by Joanna Kempner, our keynote speaker, talking about politics and health and gender bias. And I hope you will get to really go back and visit her talk and see some of the photographs and information that she used about the history of where social stigma comes from. I'm here at Lankenau Health Medical Center, part of the Mainline Health System, and we are going to move now into the afternoon where people will be rotating through group discussion with our psychotherapist, and they'll also have an opportunity to practice chair yoga and learn more about biofeedback. And following that, we will have 2 more talks, one from Dr. William Young from Jefferson, and he'll be talking to us about reducing stigma and increasing advocacy. And also Katie Golden, who is a patient advocate, will talk to us about what it's like to live with migraine. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie McDonald. I'm the Director of Regional Programs and Operations for Miles for Migraine. I'm here in the sponsor area, and we're just wrapping up lunch today. I just had lunch with some of our participants who seem to be having a great time today. I think people are really enjoying the presentations. I heard one woman say that she didn't think she could learn anything new about migraine, and lo and behold, she learned something new in each of the presentations so far this morning. We're looking forward to a great afternoon.
Wow, welcome. Great group. How's the day been so far? Good. Great. So I don't have a name tag, but my name is Esther. My last name is Rees-Flam. I have been teaching mindfulness and yoga for the past 12 years. My sense is that yoga can and mindful movement and breath can really help with the onset and some of the symptoms of migraine. And that's part of my conversation with Shirley has been around how do we include that in this day. So she invited me to come, and I am very happy to be here. So I wanted to demonstrate a little bit and have us practicing. And first I wanted a sense of who has done yoga or some form of mindfulness in the past. All right, got it. Okay. So I can skip over a whole lot in terms of what the benefits are, because I think just the fact that you're showing up is a sign that you recognize its value. So we're going to do a chair-based practice, although we'll do one thing next to the chair, okay? And we'll start with seated mountain. And you notice that I took off my shoes. And one of the reasons for that is because proprioception, which is an important part of being able to self-regulate,
it happens through contact with the ground and knowing where your feet are. So if you're okay with it, just try it out with socks. If you're feeling like it's too much to take off my boots or whatever, that I understand. All right. So the feet are typically hip distance apart. So you want this alignment from hips to knees to ankles. And what that does is help your body recognize I'm stable, I'm doing fine, I'm taking care of how I'm sitting. Okay? So press down through the feet, feel a bit of activation in the knees, and I just like letting my knees know that I love them. So I give them a little rub. Good. And then I press down on the tops of my femur at the hip crease and lift up through the spine. And basically the downward pressure invites a sense of lengthening through the spine. Great. Okay. Then slide the hands down without collapsing. Remember that sensation of length. Good. And tuck your chin slightly back, or just remind yourself where the jaw hinges, and move it back. And what that does is help engage the back of the neck. Okay, and this might also be quite useful to remember when you're, I'm assuming, taking time at the computer or hunching over your cell phone, that small movement, taking the jaw back, can free things up in the back. Okay. All right. Then just as transition breaths, inhale, take the shoulders up to the ears with your breath, and exhale, release down. Again, inhale up, and release. And the third breath, inhale up, and release. Good. All right. Now widen through the shoulders so you have a sense of stability in the upper body. Okay, great. Bring the gaze down a few feet in front of you on the ground without bending the neck. A few of your own breaths, just a sense of getting acquainted with yourself from the inside out. So the breath is the conduit. Great. All the shoulder shrug breath, transition breaths, and these breaths are breaths of inquiry. What's going on? And then just I'm a little distracted by the sounds. Is that coming through? Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody know how to get that? This. Breathe. Get a sense of what's going on in the internal landscape of your body. Okay? And particularly getting a sense of the upper body, the shoulder and neck area. And noticing how your body, I don't know whether anyone has active onset migraine right now, but just notice whether you have any habituated response around migraine, around a headache that might be coming. You fill in the blanks for yourself on that.
awareness. There might be a habit you have around how you hold the upper body. And just breathe into your awareness. And as you exhale, release the body a bit more. Right? The longer exhale to relax the upper body without collapsing. Nice long breaths. And then notice anything else about what's going on. Flutter open the eyes, come on back into this space. And turn to the arms, just sensing the fingers brush across the thumbs. So having senses to clue in with, it's just a little, it's odd if you have this on the loudspeaker here. Good. And then inhale, it's like you're scooping the air forward. Exhale out to the side. So this is where your neighbor, you might want to just pay attention to your neighbor. Good. Then inhale, take the arms up. Good. Bend your elbows. Bring the palms together and slide the hands down in front of you. Let's do that again. Inhale forward. Exhale out. And just releasing the upper body. Inhale up. Bend elbows and down. So I've seen you go out to the side, go the other way the next group, okay? Inhale forward. Exhale out. There you go. And inhale up. And draw the arms down. Good. All right, now press the hands into each other. Release around the neck and shoulders. Good. All right. Take the arms to the right and turn the head left. Good. And as you do so, check in with those neck muscles. Yeah, and I'm doing it the opposite way because I mirror for the people in front. And take the breath to the upper neck, to the shoulders. And then press the hands across and over the other way. Great. Relaxing again in the shoulders and the head. All right, and sensing for yourself how the breath sort of moves subtly through the neck and shoulder area. Good. And then press back to center. The full breath there. And release. All right. Roll the shoulders. Great. And now we'll transition to standing. You'll give me a sign. Yeah, it's giving me a 5-minute warning. Great, thank you. Inhale, lengthen, and exhale. Just fold forward at the hip. Press into the ground and come on up. And come to the, if you can, to the side of your chair, to the left of your chair. Okay? All right. For some people, having a chair nearby helps with balance, helps with feeling safe and around balance. Okay. So inhale, lengthen. And exhale, bend your ankles and your knees and then fold forward. All right? Great. So in yoga with the classic forward fold, often done with straight legs, I would prefer that you do it with bent legs. It's better for your spine. And then hold on to your elbows and release the torso onto the tops of your legs. So that's a big bend in the knees that we're looking for. So we're releasing so that your belly might be touching the thighs. Gently rock from side to side. Okay, good. Now bring your hands to your hip crease. Okay, that spot right there, that spot right where the femur bone comes to the hip. And gently nod the head and gently shake the head. And let tension, okay, this forward bend is really about releasing tension in the back of the neck area, right in here, okay? Should feel good. So if this is in any way straining you, some of my students do this with while they're sitting, but I wanted to try it standing because there's also a bit of a strengthener involved. So right in here, breathe, nod the head, shake the head. Yeah, I'm just coming around to give you a bit of a tactile sense of what I'm talking about. This area right in here. Okay, really nice. All right, yeah. Then slowly, now bring strength back into the legs and lift to horizontal spine. Take a full breath at horizontal. Take the arms out into airplane and then lift. Just unhinge at the hips, coming up, being in this wide standing stance. Yeah, beautiful. Bring the palms together and hands come down. All right, come back to your chair. And what we'll do is one more motion that I like. Take the arms out to horizontal, and again, sorry, it's a little bit tight with neighbors. Good. And exhale. Give yourself a hug. Okay. And then creep your fingers to the scapula. Okay. And can you feel the tops of the shoulder blades? And just come to this area and massage. Just bring your fingers to whatever spots you have, because it can be really tight in this area. Okay? And lift the elbows. Play around with this. Okay. Good. And then relax. Take 2 full breaths. Letting the shoulders sink down. And again, inhale. And release the arms. Roll the shoulders. Arms come out once more. And now take the other arm on top, okay? As you exhale. Hands come. And then walk the fingers to the shoulder blades. And creep them, this might feel a little weird and a little creepy, but you can get to areas of the shoulder blades here that can feel really tight. Okay? And this might, again, help with some relief in this area. Good. Now, rest the arms, relax the shoulders, take a full breath, and release. Good. Roll the shoulders. Bring the hands to the outer edges of your chair. Okay, good. Now press into your hands, press into your hips, and lift up through the spine and through the front upper neck pec area without dropping the head back, okay? Lift the chin, but no, don't drop. And breathe here. And release. Bring the forearms onto the legs. Lengthen. And release.
Again, let the head rest. Long, smooth breath. Relax the back of the neck. Bring the hands to the tops of the knees. Inhale, come on up.
Close the eyes. Relax the shoulders, coming back to seated mountain posture. Taking a few closing breaths here. Nice deep breaths. Inhaling through the nostrils. And exhale slowly through the mouth. Again. Third release breath. Bring the hands to the heart. Roll the shoulders back and down. Elbows up. Closing blessing. May all beings be well. May all beings be peaceful and at ease. May all beings be free from suffering. I have a handout to some.
I really enjoyed the yoga. I've done it before to try to relax and help the headaches, and this session was really nice.
The session was great. It gave me some ideas for some emergency yoga that I can use when I feel a migraine coming on.
It was great, very relaxing. I feel a lot better.
Hi, so welcome to Biofeedback, and thanks for coming to Migraine Day. So I don't know how many of you have heard about using biofeedback to treat migraines. Has anyone tried it? Yeah. So I think it is something every migrainer should try. But more than try, you should go to somebody who will do an assessment first, because there's a certain type of person with a certain type of migraine that seems to do much better with biofeedback than others. And that's because of the magic pencil. So all of you have a pencil. If you hold it up and go like this, if your pencil changes color, your hands are warm. And that's a good thing. So there's a great many people with migraine that do something called vasoconstriction. The blood vessels in their hands constrict whenever their nervous system becomes hyperactivated. So if you look at this sheet I gave you here, this is the automatic or autonomic nervous system. And on one end is wax on, wax off, relaxed, called the parasympathetic nervous system. On the other side is our sympathetic nervous system, SNS. That is the puppy upper energizing system in the body. And it's automatic. It automatically happens. And how does it automatically happen? It reads, number one, your emotions. And number two, your cognitions. But a cognition with an emotion of emergency or threat attached to it gets your whole sympathetic system going. And when the sympathetic system goes, we go into that, fight or flight response, you release chemicals, hormones, and for many, many migraineurs, they vasoconstrict. You don't get a migraine in a vasoconstricted state. You get the migraine when you vasodilate rapidly after a prolonged period of vasoconstriction. So you'll get your migraines at night, on the weekend, when you're relaxing. That's when the migraines hit. And people say, why? I'm not stressed. I was stressed, but I'm not stressed now. It's because the migraine comes on with the release of chemicals that happens with very rapid dilation of blood vessels that have been very, very constricted. One theory, but I'm telling you, I've been working biofeedback 30 years. This is great. If you're a vasoconstrictor, you should definitely try some biofeedback. What is biofeedback? Biofeedback is fancy, expensive equipment like this, or biofeedback is cheap equipment like this, or biofeedback is stuff like this. These are stress squares. Here, why don't you hand some of these out? So some of you might be familiar with the mood ring. The mood ring was black if you were angry and blue if you were very happy. And I'm like, well, no, I'm blue and I'm very angry. So it has actually nothing to do with your mood. The stress square simply tells us about the temperature of your hand. And so if your hands are cold and you don't have blood moving through your hands, you are in the black, as we say. You have vasoconstricted. Can anyone figure out why the hands would want to do that? Why would the hands vasoconstrict with fight or flight? Why? Well, it does. That's a great answer. You do get more blood to certain areas, but that's not why you vasoconstrict. Because you have to think about it. You're getting no nutrients, no oxygen to. This is really not good, right? If you put a tourniquet on, you're supposed to release it in every 20 minutes or so. But the body does this, and it's part of the fight or flight response because we fought with our hands and ran away with our feet. So those are the two things that vasoconstrict when there's a sense of emergency. Sense of emergency, vasoconstriction. I don't want to fight you, win, and then bleed to death. Or run away from you without my PF flyers and no streets and bleed to death. Like you look back and go, oh, trail of blood, mine. Oh, I'm dead. The other thing we do automatically is we clench our teeth. Right? Ready to bite? Giving you the signal, back off. Other thing we do is our shoulders go up to protect our jugular vein. Because if the animal goes through my jugular vein, I'm dead. So all of this equipment is to tell you, feed back to you, if you've arrived at a very relaxed parasympathetic state. Now, Steve, he's a student at Widener. Widener has a doctoral program in biofeedback, and he's going to demonstrate a very simple piece of equipment called HeartMath or EM Wave. And we're going to put him on what's called the Coherence Coach. Yeah, you got to put your sensor on. So that little sensor goes on his ear. And let me just get right here. And the Coherence Coach, we're going to listen to this, is going to mention 3 things. And Steve is going to work on breathing. So we know from yogas. There you go.
Hello, I'm your Coherence Coach. I'm here to teach you the quick coherence technique and show you how to improve your coherence scores with your M-Wave. Let's get started. The quick coherence technique is a simple 3-step process. I'll take you through each step. First,
down here it's saying he's in blue and green area. That's good. Red, not so good.
Got it? Now the second step is adding heart-focused breathing. Maintain your heart focus, and while breathing, imagine that your breath is flowing.
So he's saying basically mindfulness, focus your mind. Mindfulness we know works really well. Alter your breath, slow it down.
While maintaining heart focus and heart breathing, follow the ball.
So this is just a breath pacer. There are a lot of apps you can get on your phones. Slow down your breath, about 7 breaths a minute.
So that you are breathing deeply but easily. Once you've set the pace,
There's a whole physiological reason why slow breathing slows you down.
and exhaling as it falls. Now let's get to the
Third and most important,
the emotional shift.
an emotional shift.
To enter a high state of coherence and comfortably sustain coherence, you need to feel a positive emotion while maintaining heart focus and heart breathing.
Right.
Using the breathing pacer to guide you, try to feel a positive.
So I'm going to turn coherence coach off and just look at this pattern. This is a beautiful pattern. I can't do that. That's great. He's got 100% green. Now, he's at a baby level. If I put him at a harder level, he might not get green, but that's a beautiful pattern. This is not his breath. This is actually his heart. This is beats per minute of his heart, and it's a very cool thing. Of course, I teach this, and it takes me 40 hours of teaching, so I can't do anything in 20 minutes, but I'm only 8 minutes in. This is really great. But basically, I'll tell you a little bit about what this cardiovascular dance, which is so cool. If you shut your mind off, so this is an electrical center. We're three-brained creatures. Here, I knew it in my heart, I knew it in my gut, right? I know my heart tells me, my gut tells me. So we have 3 brains, and actually there are 3 neural networks. 3 places that have neurotransmitter receptors: the gut, the heart, brain. So he's saying, get out of your head, mindfulness. Stop the chatter, the monkey mind, right? Focus on the area of your heart, the feeling, and then start a slow breath. The slow breath is all about energy metabolism. When you breathe slow, all of these little cells in your body go slow too. So you're a colony of cells, and those cells use oxygen and glucose to make energy. So, would everyone inhale? And let it out slowly. If you do about 3 of those, it's going to slow everyone down inside of you. All those cells are going to slow down. They have to, because they don't have enough oxygen to make puppy-honor energy. And then down and relax. Relax your shoulders on the exhalation. So just like yoga, and some of you do yoga, right? All of you are doing what's called hatha yoga, the yoga of the body, relaxing your muscles. But then there's pranayama yoga, the yoga of the breath. You can get control of your breath. When migraineurs usually have nervous systems that are very sensitive, you respond. Not only do you respond to environmental sensitivity, but there's a tendency for migraineurs to be somewhat perfectionistic, driven. In other words, their nervous system makes you more nervous. It's just the way you do life. It's a little, believe it or not, it's different. We're all a little different, right? So your nervous system goes into this very, very fast gear. And to facilitate that, your cells go, okay, like what's your name? Brittany. Say, Brittany, we got it. Emotionally, we got what you're saying. We're going to help you out. We're going to produce more energy. How are they going to produce my energy? They're going to start breathing faster. How are they going to breathe faster? Go upper thoracic. These muscles act like a billows. If you're running, use them. Not if you're sitting doing work. Use the diaphragm. Diaphragm's a thick respiratory diaphragm, thick muscle down here. Very slow, slow like an elephant, right? So in a sense, this sympathetic drive is something you're causing through your emotions, your thoughts, and what your body's doing. So that's HeartMath, a great little tool. This is another really great little biofeedback tool. So you can come to me. I'm like a coach. I'm a coach that will eventually kick you out of the office and say, do it at home. Use some of these things. This is just a little hand temperature thing, $25. And here it's just measuring my hand temperature. Anyone have an idea what my hand temperature should be? Give me a wild guess. Should my hand temperature be 32 degrees? You want to try it? What should it be? 98.6 is my inner body core temperature. So my hand temperature, if there's a lot of blood flowing through my hand, should be somewhere around 90 degrees. Okay, now this is a little slow because $25, not $2,000 like my equipment. But I'm at 87.5, 87.8, good. And this would be a great little thing for some of you to work with. The idea is not just to learn what you need to do to turn on the parasympathetic, to get yourself out of sympathetic, but also to be able to sustain that. We want to create a more stable platform in any migrainer. I work a lot with pain disorders. It's the same thing. If we can calm things down, you will not feel your pain as intensely. Calm things down in the brain. This is EEG biofeedback, or sometimes called neurofeedback. He has a little device. This is like $200 device. Now, again, my equipment is thousands of dollars, but this is a little home trainer. It can do a certain amount of things. So let's see if we can get some alpha. We want alpha, and what else do we want? What brainwave do we want? Do we want fast beta? Oh, he gets excited with it. Well, that's good. You can get excited with fast beta. Let's see if we have a connection. We never know. Oops. Oh, you didn't turn it on. Oh, he doesn't know how to turn it on. My students don't know everything, because if I told them everything, they would think they don't need me anymore. Let me see. There's a switch. There he goes. Now he's turned on. And he's plugged in. And we'll see if we can connect. And I think we got it. If not, we'll do a demo at my office. Well, we did practice with this, but of course, on the day of, but I'm still breathing. Wax on, wax connect, and just put that. I think we're connected. We'll try. Nope. Okay. It's not going to happen. So anyway, brainwaves won't happen. But do you think I want your brain, the speed of your brain, to be fast or slow? Slower. Does anyone know what the names of the brainwaves are when they go slow? Delta, you're asleep, unconscious. Theta, meditative state. Alpha, kind of just staring at a dot on the wall. What's after alpha? Beta, right. Beta sounds a little puppy upper, right? So beta is your brain is firing a little faster because you told it has to do work. And then there's the beta goes faster and faster based on work you have to do or emotions attached to that work, right? So right now, I'm talking to you, and I could actually be in alpha. I could be in beta, or if I'm scared, nervous, apprehensive, if I really worried that this didn't work, I don't care. This is technology. It's not people. I want people to work. Technology doesn't always work. It doesn't faze me. Now, part of why it doesn't faze me is because I spent about a year training myself on biofeedback, learning how to be productive, perfectionistic, and driven like I am, but to stay in a nice, relaxed state while I do it. Easy peasy? Easy peasy. Right. Okay, so let's get some of you on your thermal devices. So who wants to take this? And who knows they have cold hands now? Does anyone know? Want to try to warm them up? Okay, so even if you start at like 90 degrees, yeah, give it to somebody. And does anyone want to try out this heart math? Breathe in, come on up. Yeah. So this is mostly demo. So just like yoga, we have Hatha yoga is the yoga of the body. We want the body to be relaxed. So we have surface EMG, electromyograph, biofeedback that tells us if a muscle is tight or relaxed. The muscles that you tend to tighten with the stress response are the jaw, right, for biting, and the TMJ. Shoulders go up to protect your jugular vein, so somebody doesn't, right? And so what else gets tight? Your neck, the whole back area, right. And for some people, the frontalis muscle, right? So a lot of times when people are listening to me, I'm talking to them or my students, I go up and I go like that. And I say, you don't need this to hear me. So don't you always sometimes feel like if you go like this, you're going to understand things better? Well, you're not. Yeah, ready? Okay, so we're going to, Steve, you want to hook her up? Put that right on her ear. And we'll run the coherence coach. And just right in back of the earring. Good. So what you're going to do is just breathe in, breathe out. Can you see the... so come up a little bit here. And we'll run the coherence coach again. And just try to follow what he says to do. You're at 94 degrees? That's great. I'm going to go up. So this is breathe in and then breathe out. Now for some people this could be too slow. We could make it a little faster at first and then slow it down. Could you go up? Go up. Yeah. That's great. Now look at this. Here she's in blue and green, and if we look at the pattern, this is really beautiful. Now you see how her pattern isn't a perfect pattern yet, but it's good enough for some blue and green. So let's look at her pattern. It's a little different than Steve's, and all this means is that her mind was also very active while she was doing this. So that it was going up and down, but every time the brain gets involved, the electricity of the brain, it disrupts the electricity in the heart. So the cardiopulmonary dance is this. When I inhale, the heart will beat faster. When I exhale, the heart will beat slower. It's called heart rate variability. And the healthier you are, the more variability you have. If you have a heart rate of 60 beats a minute, you should not be beating once per second. You will have a cardiac event. When you inhale, the heart says it has to distribute oxygen. It beats fast. Exhale, it beats slow. And if it's doing that, it's telling us your mind is quiet. All right, so hope you enjoy using your own little biofeedback pencils. That's good. And next group is ready to come in. So thank you so much for coming.
Up now, So I'd like to introduce to you now Dr. William Young. He's a board-certified neurologist and professor of neurology, director of the inpatient program at the Jefferson Headache Center, and member of the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee at Thomas Jefferson University here in Philadelphia. Dr. Young is a fellow of the American Headache Society, American Academy of Neurology, American Neurological Association, and the College of Physicians of Philadelphia. He is the president of the Alliance for Headache Disorders Advocacy, a board member with us here at Miles for Migraine, and he is a graduate of the Palatucci Advocacy Program of the American Academy of Neurology. Dr. Young's publications include many peer-reviewed articles, book chapters, and miscellaneous publications. His special interests include post-traumatic headache, treatment of intractable migraine, migraine stigma, and migraine phenomenology. His topic today is reducing stigma and increasing patient advocacy. Thanks, Dr. Young.
thank you very much. This has been a great adventure for me, and I'm going to tell you sort of my personal story of how I got into this, and it's meant a lot in my life. So I hope you'll like it. So maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I was presenting an academic paper and standing by my poster, and a member of the department came to me and she said, "I'm glad you do headache. I don't like treating those patients." Then she walked away, and I remember feeling angry and kind of bad and not saying anything. But that memory stuck with me, and I've heard it in many times in many different ways, it just sat there, sort of steeping away, and then a few years later, some of you may have heard of him. Bob Shapiro came up, and he was setting up the Alliance for Headache Disorders Advocacy, and he asked me to be vice president. And he nominated me to be a Palatucci Fellow, which is this program that the Academy of Neurology has, and they sent me to a really nice place, and I worked really hard, and it was very embarrassing, standing up in public and learning things, and it was difficult, but it really changed my life, and I came out seeing myself and what I can do in this world a little bit differently, that really started the whole thing. So, this is the synopsis of my talk here, but, we at Alliance for Headache Disorders Advocacy decided to focus on how little research is being done in migraine and for other headache disorders like cluster headache. Because it was so terrible, because funding for research in headache disorders was so terrible, I had to wonder why. And so, that experience from before sort of, made me postulate that it might have something to do with the stigma of migraine. And then I was, one day I was looking up, doing research on something else, and searching the medical literature, and I saw this paper on measuring stigma in chronic disease, and that was kind of interesting, and I thought it might be important. And then the very next day, an intern who was going to be a neurology resident stopped by, and she said, "I'm going to be a neurology resident, I have a free month, and I want to do research with you." And so I had this paper, and we brought it together, and we ended up producing a paper with Dr. Joanna Kempner, I became the world's expert on the stigma of migraine because of that. As we were doing this, we had a conversation, and somebody asked the question, is migraine a disease? And I thought that might be important. So I actually, did some work, and I wrote a paper about that, and I'll tell you about that. Meanwhile, a participant in this naming study sent me a paper on branding diseases. It was about for industry pharmaceutical marketing, like how do you brand a disease if you want to sell a product? And I thought, well, this is really interesting, very simple, straightforward. Step 1, steps 2, step 3. This is how you do it. And I thought, that's great. But we should be doing it. Patients, people who, doctors, scientists should be branding this disease. This is our job. And so I became sort of involved in thinking about that, and I began to see that, we needed, that it would take an advocacy movement to rebrand this disease as something that is worth doing something about, that's worth funding, that's worth investing in the resources to take care of patients. I think we need to think, what is the brand that migraine ought to have? Or I don't know if Joanna's still here, as she has taught me, that what is the frame? What frame should migraine have? And I don't think that that's an easy question, but I think it's one that if as a community we can come up with an answer and have a more or less single message, even if the brand isn't perfect, it can't be any worse than the one that we have now. So let's get on with it. This is my history. Alliance for Headache Disorders Advocacy. NIH wasn't funding migraine. Maybe it's the stigma. Is migraine a disease? What should we name it? How do we frame it? And now I'm in Miles for Migraine. So this is what I'm going to tell you about. So Joanna showed this slide, and she explained to you that the burden of disease is on the x-axis and the amount of dollars in NIH funding is on the y-axis. And just a little thing for any of you who are mathematically inclined, this is a log scale, which means that distance from migraine to schizophrenia, which is about the same burden of illness as migraine, is much greater than it even appears on that scale. So it is really shocking how bad the NIH funding is for migraine. And we ought to be around $241 million, and we're at 20. So it looks like it's halfway there, but it's a tenth, an eighth of the way. A 12th of the way there. Now to the stigma side. So stigma is an established construct in the social sciences that describes an attribute, trait, or disorder that is deeply discredited and may elicit some form of community sanction. And I challenge anybody in this room to say that that does not apply to the disease of migraine. And you can look at the process of stigma. There's an enacted stigma. So somebody says something ignorant, putting down, and it's just a headache or whatever they say, and it's felt or perceived, and you become aware of the stereotype. But gradually over time, and this is the diabolical part of it, that stigma gets incorporated. So it changes us. And there becomes, unfortunately, self-concurrence and internalization. And so the stigma becomes internalized. And then there's a decrement of self-esteem, and there is considerable provable psychological distress that results from this stigma, the enacted stigma, the internalization, and then the psychological distress that results from it. So this is the results of my study. These are the numbers. Is my clinic, the chronic migraine patients, the episodics are at the top, the chronics are in the middle, and we had epilepsy patients from the epilepsy clinic. And for those of you, you may or may not know, but epilepsy is considered the stereotype for the stigma in neurologic disease. And there's been a lot of studies of epilepsy as a stigmatized disease. And you can see that just obviously the stigma in the chronic migraine group is greater than the episodic migraine group, and the epilepsy group. Remember, we know that all three are stigmatized, but it's worse for the chronic migraine. We looked at why this might be true, and we looked at certain factors, and it turns out that the ability to work, and work in the social work best predicts the stigma score that you would get, and that the mental quality of life also connected or was correlated with stigma. And when we considered the ability to work and we factored that into all our equations, chronic migraine and epilepsy were equally stigmatized. And the reason that in the gross numbers, chronic migraine was worse than epilepsy, because more people had lost their jobs in the chronic migraine group than in the epilepsy group due to their migraine disease. So an episodic migraine was a little bit less stigmatized than chronic migraine and epilepsy if you boiled out the disability of the disease. So the next chapter is naming migraine. So I decided to ask, the question is migraine a disease or a condition? And what's the evidence for them? And maybe we could find a consensus. And that discussion is based on, on a number of things. But when you name something, there's sort of scientific evidence. What is a disease? And there's also, the language is a consensus. So it's really what we decide as a population. We mean when we use the word condition or we use the word disease. And reading the Oxford Dictionary or Webster's, and we read both for this study, didn't help us that much, because you could justify any of those names based upon the dictionary definition. Osteoporosis has become a disease. Erectile dysfunction, was renamed from impotence, and homosexuality used to be a disease and now it's not. And obesity, there's a debate whether it is a disease or not. I don't think that's been resolved. And then there's the concern of whether one would be, accused of disease mongering. Are we trying to amplify this condition for our, interests or selfish interests in making this a disease or not? So, those were considerations, and we considered illness, disease, disorder, syndrome, condition, and one of the participants put in susceptibility. And what do you call the person with migraine? Are they a migraineur, or are they a person with migraine? You might sort of get a hint of what my answers to these questions have been from the way I talk. And what do you call what is not a good idea to call the person who's got migraine? So we put forth a Delphi panel, which it's not what you see in that picture, because it's done on paper. So the idea is that the loud, arrogant intimidator can't sway the argument if it's through email or on paper, and you get ideas. And there was patients and social scientists and English professors and neuroscientists and family doctors and headache specialists and internists and a bunch, and we really tried to get a lot of ideas, in the mix, and a lot of perspectives, which if I had to do it again, I got to tell you that, getting these people to work together and to listen to one another when there were 15 of them, when you have a Delphi panel, keep it down to like 8, maybe at most 10. Don't make that mistake. It's looking at the discussions we had, because it's all written and you can analyze it later. There's the biomedical evidence. What's for a disease? Is there a change in the organ, physiological or structural change? What is the cultural meaning of disease or condition or susceptibility or whatever? And what is the context in which it is? And as an example, I set forth a bunch of vignettes. So at one extreme, you have an 18-year-old woman who dropped out of high school at 16 and lost 30 pounds because she was vomiting every day, and that might be more likely that you'll call that a disease. And there was the person who had a migraine aura and never got a headache and was concerned for a few minutes that something might be, that they might have a brain tumor, and so they saw a doctor. And it's a curiosity at this point. It's not a, and I personally would be hard pressed to call somebody who has one or two auras in their life somebody who has a disease. So what is the context in which you are used? And as I hinted at, we didn't agree on too much, but we agreed that one should say migraine and not migraine headache. Unless you're only talking about the pain and nothing else that migraine does to you, which is so very much. And that any words that have a psychiatric flavor should be avoided. We also agreed that sufferer should not be used often. A person, and this is how it's a Buddhist, a pain may be inevitable, but suffering is a good principle to have. And that maybe it's really, migraine is such, is a disease of such scope, so many different types of symptoms and levels of severity, that maybe it is actually okay to have some choices to use within the English language of what we're going to call the migraine. As sort of as an overall sense, there was a not consensus. A plurality preferred disease over any of the other choices. And as between migraineur and person with migraine, they were basically tied. I think person with migraine had a little bit a numerical superiority over migraineur. And just to make the argument, or why one would argue against migraineur, it's like saying schizophrenic or epileptic. It bathes, it marinates the person with the condition in their disease. So it's better, I think, to think of someone as, a person who has epilepsy, but that's not who they are. And migraineur is sort of trends towards, calling somebody that. Now, it's to my ear, I was one of the later people to get, seduced over to the person with migraine. It's a little bit more effortful to say that. Migraineur has this nice, Frenchy sound. It sounds sophisticated. But I think fundamentally, for me, that's what I came to think. So here is, what I think. These are that this is not what the group, had a consensus about. This is after the whole thing is over. I wrote the paper. I was the coordinator, and I didn't have a vote. But I couldn't help but make an opinion. I think, if it's severe, you have a disease. If it's not so severe, or you're talking about rats or something else, that you can use the condition. I think that you should say migraine and not migraines. Migraines stresses the attack. Migraine stresses the overall condition, the disease. I think you're not a sufferer, you're a person with migraine, and we don't like medication overuse. We like rebound headache. So that comes to the reframing. Framing is that first feeling or thought about a condition that people have, that gut feeling, and diseases can have that, but they can be reframed. And I spoke a little bit about that before. Dr. Kempner spoke about this. Influences on framing include race, class, gender, behavioral causes of illness sort of have a negative effect on it, and causal attributions can affect the health policy opinion. So she gave the example, which is the classic one of, there's 3 times more deaths from lung cancer than from breast cancer, but there's 3 times more money spent on breast cancer than lung cancer, as an example where causal attribution have an effect on disease framing and health policy. So in migraine, I think that there are frames that don't work, that don't help us as a community. Migraine is very common. I think that undermines the seriousness of this disease. If migraine is so terrible and there are 38 million people with it, then our population should be inundated, and I don't see that. Dr. Kempner said, saying something arises from the brain is a lateral move. It's not. It doesn't help to stress that in terms of reframing the disease and getting a better position. I think it helps the person who has it, because it's true, and it helps you to understand what's going on. But I don't think it helps us in terms of getting NIH funding, in terms of getting better resources from insurance companies and others. A pill will fix it, that doesn't help. And there are people, who stress the increased risk of stroke if you have migraine with aura and other parts of this. I don't think that sort of can get. Those are statistical arguments. You don't go around knowing somebody who had a migraine stroke, or that their heart attack had a 5% chance that it was caused because they had their migraine or whatever. That doesn't help us. It doesn't ring true. A frame has to be something that you jump to immediately in what you think about the disease. I think that migraine is many things, but and what we emphasize out of this very complex condition really matters. What we think of, and what that says is what we think about ourselves, and that matters even more. This is, I wrote this for another group, but this is what I think. Migraine patients are never honored for their injury from migraine and their struggle in coping with it. We need to honor the struggle of those who push through it. We need to appreciate their strength and creativity. We need to show that it is unacceptable to stigmatize and bully those who demonstrate strength, perseverance, dignity, and sometimes wit as they manage their complex and mysterious condition, eking out the best life that they can for themselves and for those they care for. So that brings me to Miles for Migraine. I think it really changes the frame. It only changes, though, if people get out there. I've had this discussion, and it kind of disturbs me, because you should know that there have been headache doctors who've tried to get patients out there, and they haven't been successful at getting patients to participate in activities and do things. And they say migraine patients won't do anything for themselves. It's the biology of their disease. Their disease makes them want to stay away from things and not get out there. Please help me to prove them wrong. We'll raise some money along the way for research, and we'll make new headache doctors. But more importantly, we will reduce the stigma, because the one thing that the study of stigma has shown is that every advocacy movement that has been successful because people get out and stand up for the disease. From AIDS, some of you may be old enough, like me, to have, been adults when there was this shocking transformation of the view in the frame of AIDS to breast cancer to autism, and we need that. We really need that for migraine. But then everything is easier said than done, except for talking. That's about the same. Okay, thank you. I'm sure I went over. I apologize.
We don't have any questions. So we don't have any questions. So, you have a question. Okay, just what's your question? Just say it, because.
Just to
No. Migraine, yawning is a prodrome.
Okay, so you're only talking aura, like the visual.
Yeah, I mean, some people often see a specialist because they've had their first aura and they don't know what it means. And it could be that it doesn't even attach to a serious pain or migraine or any other symptoms. They just have, for some people, that's their migraine, is a 20-minute aura, and they have a couple in their life. And it, honestly, compared to, what my patients go through, they have nothing.
So everything else is just the prodrome and everything?
Well, yeah, for most people, yeah.
Yeah, Miles, the number 4 migraine is our hashtag. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. Young, and I want to say you can go to migraine.com and read his blogs there, and they're excellent. So thank you. So our next speaker is, come up here, Katie Golden. She is a professional patient writer and patient advocate. 6 years ago, Katie experienced a migraine that has never gone away. Forced to leave her career, she turned to writing to find purpose. Katie is a staff writer for Migraine.com and recently launched her own blog, Golden Grain. She is a member of the American Headache and Migraine Alliance, National Headache Foundation, and a proud ambassador for the U.S. Pain Foundation. Katie advocates for fellow patients through her participation in Headache on the Hill and raises awareness and funds through Miles for Migraine. Katie works hard to live a fulfilled life with chronic migraine and pain and aims to inspire others to do the same. Please welcome Katie Golden. She talks to us, Migraine in America, You're Not Alone.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Katie Golden. First, while we're getting this set up, I do want to say that I am the biggest proponent of sharing what Dr. Young has written about how to frame and how to talk about migraine. I personally like to say I'm having a migraine attack. I think it just really kind of gives more emphasis. But he's fantastic, and I can't believe I have to go after him. And so, but thank you all for staying till the end. I really want to talk about how you're not alone, and I really think that all of us today have felt that. Just a little quick snippet. If you don't know about Migraine.com, we started in 2010. I began writing for them in 2013. We have about 137,000 Facebook followers. Hi. I know that there are people who Facebook messaged today and said they were going to watch, so hi everybody on Facebook. And just alone in February, this past February, we had 430,000 unique hits on our site. So I just wanted to emphasize the fact that we're a large community, but there are ways in which you can contribute and get information, and we also try to answer a lot of your questions. But really, I would say we're an online community where people can, with migraine disease, can find information, resources, connect with others, share their stories, and then we have staff writers who talk about their own personal experiences, and you can, have dialogue with us as well. But our mission is really to meet people where they are in their journey. Some people here today may have just been diagnosed, or maybe they've had it for years and didn't really know what it was. And so we definitely have articles and conversations about that, while there's others like me who are chronic, and so we try to cater to the wide range, and definitely a no judgment zone. So today, I think it's just so cool that we are, and I just messed that up. There we go. Okay. Today we're all here in person, which I'm sure a lot of you have felt. I know I feel like we don't get to do this very often. It's so nice to have a conversation with a perfect stranger who you don't have to apologize for anything. Earlier, I'm not gonna lie, I've had a gnarly headache most of the day, and I had to go down to the quiet room, which was fantastic. And now I'm a little more energized and pepped up, but I didn't have to explain to anybody or apologize or feel guilty. And I just hope that you found that your feelings and your struggles have been validated throughout the day. And so I want to share with you, migraine.com for the past 5 years has done a study called Migraine in America. And this past year we had 39,000 individuals who answered a 145 question survey, which was very, very helpful. And I hope to share with you how those stats are going to help you maybe feel like you're not alone or you're not crazy. So we're going to go and talk about diagnosis and how others who are dealing with the same thing have really feel about diagnosis and treatments and triggers, how it affects their work in school and stigma as well. So one of the first questions that I thought that was very interesting was, how old were you when you had your first migraine symptom? Some of you might not know that, you know, when you were 6 and you had this symptom, that it was migraine, and you weren't actually diagnosed or realized it until you were later in life. But the average survey respondent were about 19 years old when they experienced their first symptom, or 19 or younger. I personally had my first migraine attack when I was 5, and then you'll see that there are some other little blips there, which is around age 25, age 30, 35, and 40 is when it also tends to spike when people have their first symptoms occur. At age 30, I went from being episodic to chronic, and if it hasn't been covered, chronic means that you have 15 or more migraines a month. And now I'm 35, another blip on there, and I still have them, but hopefully one day I won't. But I try to work hard to do what I can to really manage my life. So in this survey, I wanted to, somehow that didn't come out very right. I wanted to show the difference between how many people who responded were episodic, which was 41%, and 59% were chronic. But in the actual migraine population, there are between 36 and 39 million Americans who have migraine, and 4 million of those are chronic. So it's actually about 11% of the migraine population experience chronic migraine. So the survey was skewed a little bit more to those who had chronic migraine. These are also some just data points that I thought you might be able to relate to. A fourth of the respondents identified a specific event or incident related to the start of their migraine. I personally remember vividly getting an aura at age 5 when I was about to go to my best friend Sarah's birthday party. And then I have the plane there because I became chronic a day after a big trip to California and coming back home to DC. And I could tell you the date, and that's the day that I got a migraine, and it has not stopped. But another stat is how many people here have been to the ER? Yeah, that's it's not a fun place to be. It's not a place you want to be. It's the worst place to be when you have a migraine. 42% said that they have been to the ER for an attack, and I think it's probably more so in this room. 6 out of 10 people are unhappy with their current treatment plan. How many of you are unhappy with your treatment plan? I feel like I have a really great treatment plan, but I always do feel like there's other things to try, whether that's medication changes, or I personally like to integrate yoga, mindfulness. I think for me personally, I feel like there needs to be a good balance. So I'm really excited that today that those things were covered as well. How many people know what their triggers are? Yeah, so I was actually surprised. I mean, there's so many triggers that you don't really have much control over. There's the weather, there's lighting. Thank you for having the lights dim. Perfume or cologne, you really predict if you're out and about that somebody's going to have that, and that could trigger for you. Sleep, you can manage a little bit more. I have a horrible sleep hygiene. It's something I work on all the time. And then stress, obviously. So not all of these things can be avoided at all times. But I actually say that now that I've become chronic, I can't identify my triggers. We'll just say the fact that I'm alive and I'm breathing is pretty much why I have migraine. Somebody mentioned just a minute ago about yawning being in the prodrome phase of a migraine, which can happen a day, 2 days before you actually get the attack and the head pain. And so I really want to share this because I think some people don't recognize or don't realize that, oh yeah, I do experience that, but that's not just me. Literally last night I had a comment on one of my articles about aphasia, and aphasia is really when you can't put a sentence together, when you're having a really hard time like finding words, and she said, her quote was that she was so excited that she now had a name for this. And she's like, oh, I don't belong in the loony bin now. And my response to her was like, no, you don't belong in the loony bin, but if that is true, then I belong there too, because you know what happens. So I just want to run down these real quick. Clumsiness, I'm a natural, I'm not very graceful, so I don't know that that's really a migraine thing. I think that's just me. Anger and irritability. I remember when I was chronic and starting to work, or trying to still work, I would get really mad at my boss, and he was like a father figure to me, and he'd be like, you don't feel well, and I'm like, oh yeah, sorry. Excess yawning, as somebody mentioned. Allodynia, as Dr. Goldstein mentioned her necklace, that, that was going to be a trigger for her because her skin, just any kind of touch, she was very sensitive to. Memory loss, there are definitely times where people have been like, oh yeah, we talked about that like last week. If I didn't write it down, might not have remembered. Tinnitus is the ringing in the ears. A lot of people get that. Excessive going to the bathroom. Sometimes I'll go to the bathroom, 7 times in an hour, and I'm like, that's not normal. So I know something's coming on, and I'm not pregnant, so that's really not normal. Hallucinations. So I'll try to do this quickly. Hallucinations can be olfactory, things that you smell that aren't really there. I sometimes, this doesn't happen very often, but if I smell cigarette smoke and I turn to somebody, I'm like, who's smoking? And they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh. Or the smell of garbage is another one for me, or other people have said like the smell of rubber burning. Other hallucinations, hallucinations is a very strong word, but it's kind of the medical term for some of those, things that occur that we can't really explain. Restless leg, I personally have, in the past year and a half, experienced restless leg, and I had no idea that the two were connected or can be connected. Alice in Wonderland, if you don't know about this, and obviously you can go on migraine.com and look for more information, but it's kind of a symptom where you feel like you are either really, really small or you are really, really big in this tiny room. Like I would feel like a giant and all of you guys are ant size. And that is something that I have experienced. It's not a high population, but it's something maybe you want to research a little bit more. Maybe you've had that feeling. Another one, metallic taste. Some medications give you that, but it can also just be another symptom of migraine. And then hot ears, I wrote this one down because I've had that recently, and I'd never really thought that they were related. So how has migraine impacted your life? 93% said that it's impacted their ability to work. Again, I became chronic. I tried to work for 2 years. I had to stop and went on disability, and then found migraine.com, which I can write for whenever I have time, when I feel well. But it was not an easy transition, and I had to find a purpose. And I think, we talked about acceptance and grieving in some of those things. So I won't belabor that point, but I think it is something that probably a lot of us have dealt with. 89% it said that it affects their relationship with their spouse, significant other. I have an amazing boyfriend who we started dating, and 10 months into it, I became chronic, and 7 years later, he still comes to doctor's appointments and researches, and I'm very, very lucky, but it can also drive people apart, as I'm sure some of you have felt that. 87% said it affected their ability to attend school or college. I was in my second semester getting my MBA at Georgetown when I became chronic, had to drop out of that. And 86% says it affects their relationship with their children. I don't have children, and I can't imagine how hard it can be to, to parent and have, even just one migraine a month or, two a year. I commend the people who can do that, who do that, who power through that. I'm not going to really, Dr. Young really talked about the stigma, and I think that we all feel it, we all know it, and, people are worried about disappointing, they feel guilty, and some even say they hide. I was in a discussion group, and we made a suggestion about people hiding their migraines from others and saying, well, let's say you're in a meeting that's really, really important, and you're in there and you have to be there, but you're not fully there. And, it's okay to say that, hey, I'm not at my best. Can you repeat that? I'm having a migraine. That's all your comfort level. But I do want to say that, that's something that you should consider, just being upfront with people. And because so many people have it, most likely somebody else in the room either has migraine or knows somebody who does and can also kind of commiserate and, maybe make accommodations for you. Before I go to the next slide, feel free to shout out. If you could describe migraine in one word, what would it be? Hell. Death? Dread. Torture. Excruciating. So in our survey, this is a word cloud. Hell and debilitating were the top ones that people said. I say that it's life-changing. The torture's on here as well. So, hopefully that validated your feelings as well. So just trying to wrap up here today, we're all together, whether you're a patient or a caregiver, and we have the support. And I think throughout the day, we've all kind of gotten closer and opened up. But what happens tomorrow when, a lot of the times we feel alone and isolated and frustrated and judged. But one question that the survey didn't ask is, now that you know that you're not alone, maybe you've learned some things about the disease, maybe feel empowered to do something, to be part of advocacy. What are you going to do with this information? And so I have just some ideas, and obviously everybody's going to process it in their own way. But I really do hope that you walk away from this saying, oh, hey, I did this and that was great, but now what? I hope you find a purpose. So, join an online community support group, migraine.com. Share data with your family. I find that's like a really great thing when if you have people in your life who don't quite get it, if you give them a third party viewpoint and say, I feel exactly the same way, it can really help that person to kind of understand. Maybe you want to research new treatments and schedule a doctor's appointment. Maybe try to find a headache specialist near you. Get involved in advocacy. Sign up for Miles for Migraine. I did it last year for the first time. My entire life goal, I've always wanted to run a 5K, and I'm not an athletic person. And I did it, and I was really excited, and I'm not going to tell you what my time was. But I did come in 5 minutes under what I thought, and I ran the whole thing. So I was pretty excited about that. Again, in one of the discussion groups I was in, they talked about starting your own support group, because it is so wonderful to meet face-to-face. think about doing that. Maybe you need to learn about your company's disability policy. I say that just because I went through that progression. I'm not saying that everybody's going to go through that, but you should be aware of what your options are if things get worse or there just comes a time when you just can't do it anymore. Maybe you just want to share one thing that you learned today and share it on Facebook. I mean, that's huge. You know, that's part of educating, and so that's a way you can get involved. Tell a friend about your migraine disease. You know, maybe you're not telling people, maybe they don't know, or maybe they don't really get it. The other thing is, I really recognize, because I have such a great support system, that you can just thank the persons in your life who take care of you, who support you, who love you, who become frustrated with you. Yeah, whatever your ideas are, big or small. As Shirley mentioned, my kind of motto for life now that this is my life, I try really hard to live a fulfilled life with chronic migraine and pain. And so this slide is me with some of the Migraine.com team members at the Miles for Migraine race last October, and Dr. Young is in there. There are some docs from Jefferson. He had a much better time than I did. Race time. I just recently got to interview Bellamy Young, who plays First Lady on Scandal. So that was really a kind of cool thing that has come out of this for me. And so there are actually magazines out there, not self-promoting at all. Please take them. She was wonderful, and it was very cool. And then this was just taken 2 days ago. Migraine.com is headquartered here in Philly. Marcia, who's in the back, is right there. Our parent company, Health Union, has almost 22 specific disease sites, so like Hep C, asthma, multiple sclerosis, those are just a few, but they got us all together to, we all work online, and it was wonderful to see people that you've known for years and just getting together. So I really try hard, and you know what, tomorrow I'm probably gonna have a letdown migraine, and that's okay, because this is really important to me. And so, try to, that in any way, shape, or form that you can. And I think just even being a part of this today is showing that you are living your life with migraine disease. So there's just some resources, and I believe, Shirley, there's a resource list out in the hall somewhere, because some others were talking about that. This is just very, about the survey. You can get more info, Miles for Migraine, obviously, and then my new blog. I swear I'm not trying to self-promote, but I really just feel strongly about being involved, and so I really hope that you guys have learned some things this week or today, and want to go out and have a renewed, purpose for what you're going to do with your life living with migraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that not only did Katie do the 5K for us this past October, she also filmed herself while she was doing it. So I just want to take a moment to ask you a question, and just raise your hand. Was there anything positive for you today? So, and was there negative? It's okay, you can say yes. So hopefully today you came here and had an experience that you can now go away with and think about advocacy and reducing stigma. And you have hopefully some tools. And I just want to mention that the Miles for Migraine Walk Run will be October 7th. And it's already live, so you can go and sign up. So please think about it while it's fresh in your mind. And I want to add that if you can't walk or run, I hear this all the time. I can't do it because I don't feel well. That's okay. Just come and show up and just stand there. We'll have a chair for you. You can sit down. And I'm really serious about this, because we need to have your head counted. We need you to be out here and showing the world about what you learned today. So the other thing I want to mention is we do have a few books left for Dr. Joanna Kempner's book. So if you're interested in buying one, please see Helen on your way out. And if you want to make a donation, we would really appreciate it. Obviously, $10 did not cover our cost today. And please think about going home with one of our logoed items. And lastly, I want to announce the Facebook winner. And you're going to get $25 cash.
It's either Nancy Bonk.
Oh, is Nancy Bonk here? I've always wanted to meet you. Are you here?
No, it's either that
Oh.
or the other one.
Or it's Deborah Turk. Where are you, Deborah? Are you still here? Congratulations. So Deborah's a fabulous volunteer, and thank you to our other volunteers. That I'm not going to say all your names, but I just want to say thank you so much. And if I haven't met you yet, please come introduce yourself. Have a nice afternoon.